never finna fall off. Stood 10 toes, never fall, y'all nigga finna ball off. And it's still West Side, Pasadena.
Are you niggas just some fans, huh? Hey, really got a plan, huh? But coming to some paper, you won't even lift your man up. I'm coming off the dribble, it's simple, I make them stand up. Come from where they sagging, now luxury, hold my pants up. I'm nasty, nigga, you should ask me. Best about this.
Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dollar to $1 million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. It's a new day, days been new. Been a decade since I made it out of rent too. We some owners, baby, we don't got no rent due. Might trick, but my wife, you like to trick too. Merry Christmas, hey Saint Nick. What we want get, we on wait list. How we got here doesn't make sense. Have patience, that'll make sense. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dial to a million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. Picking up the slack, joining in this prime way, I'm getting to the rack. I do what I want, when I want, where I want, no cap. Put in all work, now I'm getting to the back. 25-8, I got money on my mind. Live life great, but I'm always on the grind. Navy blue tank, I don't wear it for the time. Real hustler, baby, throw my rollie in the sky.
Get ready for Blast Off.
Ball pointing cushy, so you know it's berserk. Trevor on the mix, so you know we gon' work. I might leave in one, find a beach and go surf. I'ma ride the wave till I'm out of this earth. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. I can flip a dial to a million. I don't like to brag, but I'm really on. 3, 2, 1. Anywhere I'm at, turn the city up. 3, 2, 1. I don't like to brag, but
Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? You back in this thing again, man. Another flipping tables. Last week was a great week, man. We really had some great shows last week. Friday was a thunderstorm, tornado, hurricane, earthquake, tsunami at the barbershop Friday. It went down. And I just want to say to everybody, sorry, not sorry for what happened on Friday. Because it went down on Friday. All right, so thank you guys for all your support. We in here early tonight, but before we do, I always got to introduce my partner in crime, the velvet voice of YouTube himself, with the voices more healed than it was last week. Ladies and gentlemen, put your damn hands together for yours truly, Lost in Translation.
Come on inside and get yourself something cool to drink.
What's going on, man? How you doing, brother?
What's happening, man? What's going on?
Oh man, you sound way better than last week.
Yeah, bro. This is much better. This is more velvet here now, man. Because it was rattling last time, so this is much better.
Now, if you can hear me in the back, wave your hand. Arpain, can you hear me? Yeah, Miss Jenny, can you hear me? Archie and Alicia. Okay. Let me tell him to go out and come back in. All right. So, all right, man. So listen, I want to go into chat real quick if I can. We have, let's see here. We got Lady Number One. Thank you for being a moderator for this channel for the years that I've been on. So thank you so much for the time that you put in over here and moderating the chat. Also, we got Lost in Translation, the building that's on right now. But you listen, man, we got Marriage and Politics, and he said good evening to the chat and the panel. But last but not least, man, Curtis Moore, every week, man, he always shows his love, not only at the beginning of the show with a super chat, but he also does it throughout the show. And so, man, I appreciate you, man, for your $9.99 super chat, man. Let me give you a little something, then we're going to move on to the show. I think I want to give you old Patrick. Here we go. Let's see. Just a second, take that down. All right. Give you old Patrick. Here we go.
I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like fuck. Mustard on a deep throat, deep boat in rap. He a freak though, man. Damn, call like Amber Lambs. Tell him breathe. Let them boys get across, they walk around like these.
All right, man. I appreciate that. 999. Can y'all hear me in the back now? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, good.
All right, man. So I want to bring up everybody that's going to be with us tonight, and some others will be following along as well. I want to bring up one of the old heads. I want to bring up the old heads first. Pause. We got the male stripper from the 18th century dynasty DNA family. Give it up for yours truly. They used to call him the Continent, and now they call him Chocolate Way. Give it up for yours truly. Our pain is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together.
Very good. Hello.
Good to see you, man.
Just call me DJ Boomer.
Okay, I know that's right. And then the next person we got coming up, he was also a male dancer, and I want you guys to put your hands together for him. He always wears his shades. The women used to call him Lemon Head Ain't Scared. Put your hands together. Well, Coach Ferg is in the building, ladies.
How you doing, man?
All right, man. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Now, as you've seen last week and the week before, they've came back for some more. All right, give it up for yours truly, the couple of the hour. Archie and Leisha is back in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. It's good to see you. Good to see you guys. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
All right, now, I want to say this, y'all. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. I'm peacock proud and honeymoon happy to have my sister from another mister back in the building with a boy. Lost in translation. You already know I'm over here, man. I'm so happy to see you tonight. Give it up for yours truly, mother, wife, MJ. We can see his name now. MJ. We got Miss Jenny in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Put your damn hands together. Come on.
Yeah.
Man, so good to see you, girl. So good to see you, girl. So good to see you. All right.
Hey, it's good to be back.
It is, man. It's so good to see you. Now, who else we got in this chat tonight? We got Tommy B in the building. What's up, Tommy B? All right, we got Jedi Mike in the building. He said, you talk about y'all. All right, and then we got Shalom with Nadia. Shalom and blessings, everyone. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I appreciate you, sweetheart. All right, so listen, I want to jump right into this conversation because I think it's a deep-rooted self-hate type of conversation. And as you can see the title of tonight, the use of aesthetics, the ultimate self-hate. Now, before we get started, I want to see where everybody is on this subject because what you think when you hear that subject. And we'll start with you, Miss Jenny, first. When you hear the use of aesthetics, the ultimate self-hate, what are you thinking? Just give us a brief synopsis of what you think.
I would say that my understanding of the title is that in today's day and age, we have so many trends that pop up and flare up and then fizzle out. But people will still like put a lot of their personality into them, like, you know, the clean girl aesthetic or the mob wife aesthetic, or, you know, just different aesthetics that will come up and people will like, they'll change their whole outfit. I mean, they'll change their whole wardrobe, or they'll change the way they wear their hair, you know, the places that they go, you know, to fit this aesthetic. And it's like, you know, just be yourself, you know, I mean, you know, you're hopping on these different bandwagons and you're like, you don't even know who you are. So that's what I got from it. That's what I was
All right. Thank you so much. Archie and Alicia, what do you think when you think the use of aesthetics, the ultimate self-hate? What are you guys thinking? Can y'all hear me?
I mean, I don't see a problem with it. To each his own.
What about you, Archie?
Well, one of the things about self-hating is when you don't cater to yourself and when you don't want better for yourself. So I think that's self-hate, when you allow things that could be corrected not to be corrected.
Okay. Appreciate it. Coach Ferg, what do you think?
How's everybody doing today? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I know, Coach Ferg, you talked about this in just go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why I ain't really got much to say. You know, I love what I love when it comes to my sisters, and I've always been a part of that. That's the only women I see when I'm outside. So, you know, I just wish that we love ourselves enough to just accept ourselves with our big nose and big lips as we naturally are. So I look at it.
I agree.
I got wide feet like everybody else, you know, but I just always love myself, you know. But I will just say, one day when I get about 65, I'm gonna give me some fake muscles and chest and thigh muscles and shit, you know, and get some fillers. I'm gonna give me some locks like you, Lord. Give me some twists and everything.
You on to something.
But you know, I've always loved myself, man. You know, and I just wish everybody could love themselves just as I have in my life. So I don't have too much to say. I like my certain kind of woman. So
our pain. I know you about to drill a hole fall right now. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I think one of the biggest problems we have with Black women in general is that they don't love themselves enough. They got this incessant inferiority complex that is just a horrible goddamn thing, man. And so we talk about aesthetics. I think the Black women who have natural aesthetics, they're the ones who stand out because it's not enough. And one thing I like about my daughters is they like to roll natural, and I could tell you, it ain't because of my influence. It may be just because of their mother's influence, because she doesn't wear a lot of makeup and stuff. They grow their own hair. They take the time to clean it, wash it, have it done. No lot of makeup. They're just who they are. You know, just hit the gym, and that's it. And we don't have enough sisters doing that. It's actually a shame. And for me, you know, I'm kind of I'm let it here. I'm just kind of micro focused. And I think that we have too many Black women who are liberal, just liberal. Every goddamn thing goes. As long as I feel good, I get coddled and taken care of. And we got too many sisters in that area. So I think it's destroyed the Black community in its own way. There's other factors, but that's a big one.
Lost in translation?
You know what? Here's my thing about the whole self-hate thing, man. When I watch social media, man, when I'm scrolling and I see a whole bunch of women, I just see the same woman. It's the same hair, the same makeup, you know, the same BBLs, you know, and I'm thinking, and wear the same clothes. Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, man, if God wanted us all to be the same, he would have made a Xerox machine.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But in his infinite wisdom, he decided to make us all different through the use of DNA, pressure, time, you know what I mean? That type of thing. And I think that everybody should fall in love with themselves again. Learn to love yourself, you know, appreciate the uniqueness of yourself and who you are. And when you can truly celebrate yourself and love yourself, I think that's when you're free from ridicule. I think you're free from influence. I think you're free from what other people tell you what you should and what you shouldn't do. You know what I mean? I think loving yourself is the ultimate form of loving God, because he made you the way that you are for a reason. And I'm so glad that God decided to make us all different. I mean, you can go from different country to country, even down to our fingerprints are very different. And I think that's just a masterful way of how God made us all different, to let us know we're all special in our own way. And I think when people go out of their way to look at somebody else, to me, it's just saying God made a mistake. And last time I checked, God don't make no mistakes.
Right.
Now, I'll say this and then we'll move on. I believe, very short here, I believe that aesthetics are, I don't know who said, I think it's our pain, that aesthetics are destroying the minds of Black women, period. Especially little girls, because you see it often, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But you see it now for little girls who are not allowed to go out and scrape their knee, are not allowed to go out and have fun anymore, but now they have more aesthetics than their moms or just like their moms. And I just see little babies with weave down their back. Damn, you're not going to let the baby hair grow? So I think it's destroyed the community. I think that truly, as we spoke about last week, and this is the conversation we're about to get into now. is that what about us as men, as leaders? And I believe, because next week the show is going to be about, we're going to talk about that as well. But I'm saying, like, if men are considered to are being told, be real men, stand up, provide, protect, pray for your family, cover your family, be what your family needs you to be as a man. We have to understand that the woman is also a reflection and a representation of us. And I think a lot of men have lost control. I think a lot of men in their households have lost control of what that looks like. And I can't come out the house and say, lost in translation, this is how it should be. And a woman should dress modest. And a woman should not walk around with braids and weaving her hair. That's Bible. I didn't write it. It's in the Bible. Right? And if I come out and say that, and then my wife come out and her titties out, or when she sit down, you can see straight between her legs. And a lot of men allow their women to go out looking like that, with and without them, especially girls' trips. Don't get me started on that shit. So I think that, it's destroying our community. I think it's self-hate. I think if you look in the mirror, Serena Williams, and you see that chocolate, beautiful skin, and then you go dye yourself 3 shades from the sun, that's a problem. But, I land my plane there. But I do want to go into to a question here. That I think some of us agree and disagree that this has destroyed our community. But what ways have you seen, Ms. Jenny, that aesthetics have destroyed the community, our community of women, mentally, physically, spiritually? What do you think?
I hadn't thought about it for our community specifically when it comes to. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I hadn't thought about what aesthetics are doing to our community specifically, and how they're breaking us down. But I would just say that in general, the belief system that you need to be hopping on every wave to, appease society and appease what's trendy right now is damaging. And I think that maybe in a certain sense, a lot of Black women, they're immature to an extent. So maybe that's why it might affect us more to a certain degree. Like I said, I haven't thought about this specifically. So my thoughts are forming as the stream goes on. But yeah, I guess I would just say that, maybe it's more damaging because, of other factors that we have going on. Like, it's not just of the aesthetics that are the issue, but maybe trying to jump on a bandwagon of an aesthetic while also, we have these other problems of single motherhood or being the least married. It's like, well, we're just compounding issue upon issue. Maybe it's that.
You know what? I'm gonna add to that real quick. I think it's because we're gonna move on, but I want to add this just real quick. We'll get into this conversation as well. You just said something that was powerful. I think that we did a show together, Ms. Jenny. You were here when we did the show together, and we pulled up all the statistics of who is the least married, right? And then you did a show on it that shows that our women, Black women, are the least married. And it also said that when it comes to dating and getting married, that our women are number 5 under everybody else. They're the least married, the least chosen, the least that men that want on dating sites. They have different levels, and it's like Hispanic, white, Asian, other, Black.
Mm-hmm.
And so they say that then in that show we did, it showed the statistics show that Black women are the least desired and the least attractive to other nationalities of men as well as their own men because of some of their aesthetics when you look at it. So, but we'll move to Archie and Alicia. What are your thoughts? What do you guys think?
Okay, my first question is, why is this? That's the first question. What happened in the beginning that the Black women are doing all these different things to get attention from the Black men? So why is this?
Well, it goes back to Madam C.J. Walker. I'm not a fan of hers. And I must tell you why I'm not a fan of her. I used to be, right? She used to be the top echelon of first black woman millionaire, so on and so forth. But she created the hot comb, and I stopped there. As a kid, stopped there. As an adult, and then I started reading a little bit more, and it says that Madam C.J. Walker invented the hot comb so women would have more opportunities with a European look. I said, so she made the hot comb to make black women look more like they're more white? Okay. So, you know, you can start there, or you can start at the fact that when women look in the mirror, they just think about it. I want to give an example because I won't go into too much because we got a lot to discuss. But I work with a young lady that says, when she came to work with her natural hair, she said, I said, good morning. I said, oh, I see you got your natural hair. Because I like to call it out. You got your natural hair, girl? Okay, I see you. Yeah. She said, don't even say nothing about my natural hair. I fucking hate it. I said, why? You have some beautiful hair. She said, oh, I'm just not going to be the same until I get my braids. She said, I need to get my braids back. I cannot look at myself with this fucking hair on my head. That's self-hate. You don't like yourself. You don't love yourself, ma'am. If you love yourself, you would embrace what you have. You don't love yourself. And there's so many women out there like this. And I say to myself, when we talk about this subject, we can't bring men into the situation because what aesthetics can a man go get other than fake teeth?
The blue pill.
That's not an aesthetic.
Hey.
I'm talking about women have eyelashes, weave, fake booty, fake breast, fake jawbones. They get their thighs done, their lips done, their chins done, their eyes recolored. I'm like, God damn. Like, and it goes back to what I said, and I'm not trying to be funny, but I heard a pastor say, men, listen to me and listen to me closely. God gave women breasts and they get them done. He gave them a butt and they get it injected. He gave them eyelashes and they go put fake ones on. He gave them hair and they put a wig on. He said, if they can't be pleased with what God gave them, you ain't got a shot.
And I'm going to ask the question again, because what you did is what the world has been doing forever, is blaming the weaker person supposed to be, is the female. So again, how is the female able to influence the whole world when the man is the head? So we didn't go and take it by force. That means that you guys got out of your position and gave it to us. So at the end of the day, every time we ask this question, why is it? The men always say because of the woman. If the men would have stayed in their places like they were supposed to and did what God said they were supposed to do, we wouldn't even have this going on. There wouldn't even been a woman to get up there and create a hot comb to cause all of this confusion. So my question goes again, why is it every time something is wrong, it goes to be the woman? We're the weaker link. We're the weaker link.
You know, I got a follow-up question. I got a follow-up question.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, let me ask you a question. You said that if men were in their place, we wouldn't be in this situation. Could you give us an example of how men could have helped with this by being in their place? Or give us an example of what you're talking about. An
example, and I'm going to take it back to Adam. When Eve brought that information to him, he should have told her to shut up, took her to Jesus, and asked for forgiveness for what she did. But he didn't do that. Had he did that, we wouldn't be going through any of this stuff that we're going through. Just like if the man was leading the house and not coveting and going and doing all this other stuff and looking at these other women, and he was dealing with that one woman that he was supposed to be dealing with, we wouldn't have this stuff going on. So at the end of the day, the biggest issue that the world is having is we have too many men out here that's not taking accountability for not being the head, for not stopping that woman, for not putting their foot down and letting that woman do that. So that is the issue. And until men accept that and get back in their position and say, we're not putting up with this mess, we're not letting you women do this, this is what it's going to be, you guys are going to keep blaming the women and sitting out here looking weak. We're
hold on. We're not going to, now hold on. I'm going to say this. We're
go
not
ahead.
going to blame the women, but I'm going to say this.
Mhm.
Okay. So every woman who goes and puts eyelashes on longer than Interstate 20, put wigs on, sew-ins, all these different hair on their head that does not belong to them, because biblically, see, a lot of women talk about God, but the Bible says that a woman should not adorn herself with braided hair, or she should not have makeup on her face, or she should not have these aesthetics. That's what the book says. So my thing is, if men, I'm telling you, most women want a godly man, but when you get him, he's controlling. That's what happens a lot of the time. He's controlling. No, you're not wearing that. So, lost in translation. We've been around each other long enough, so we can do this. Let's do this together.
All right.
You're the husband. All right. Pause before all this shit started. I'm gonna play the wife. This is what happens in 2025. I just walked out the room with a wig on and a dress up my ass. Tell me what to do.
Baby, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Who are you trying to catch with that outfit on?
What you mean?
Well, here's the thing. You represent me, right?
No, I
And you
represent you, but I still got my own mind. I'm my own person.
Right. And here's the thing about that. Am I not your protector?
Yeah.
Okay, great. When you wear stuff like that, it makes me have to be on guard more than I really should be.
Oh, you just insecure. You just insecure. You insecure. That's it. You insecure because if you love me and you know that I'm for you and you for me, then why are you worried about what I'm wearing?
Well, let me ask you this. If I walked out with the same outfit you got on, what would you say?
Yeah, well, I don't know what I would say, but you're your own person, so I wouldn't say nothing.
You would be upset. You know, you'd be like, I married a husband, not a bad bitch. You know what I'm saying?
But first, hold on. First of all, you my husband, you not my daddy. And I'm gonna wear, and I should be able to wear what I want to wear when I want to wear. You my husband, you not my daddy.
Well,
so
listen,
don't tell me what to wear.
Listen, let me explain something to you. First of all, check your tone. Or
No,
you'll
you
be
the one
removing
came here
your
starting
last
shit
name.
with me. You started shit with me. Don't
No,
come
ma'am.
here and start no shit. You started it.
No,
come
ma'am.
here and tell me what I can and can't wear. Don't come
No,
here and tell me
ma'am.
what my daddy did.
No, man. But while you wearing my last name, you do what I tell you to do. Now go in there and take it off.
He controlling now. Oh, he controlling.
Yeah.
Now he want to tell me what to do, where to go, and who to see. Next he gonna be telling me I can't see my family members. He gonna tell me I can't go to work. He gonna tell me I can't go on girl shit. Next he gonna be trying to control. He trying to control me.
I tell you what, you can go ahead and go out by yourself tonight, and whatever happens.
And then guess what? That happens every day.
Okay.
So now when a man really do take his spot and grab her ass and shake her up, watch your head, sir. Women have, that's what I said a couple of years ago on the show. Women are equipped, especially ours, equipped with a red phone to call white daddy. If that man takes his place as the man in that house, and he's the authority over you, and he does what he needs to do to get your attention, he can get locked up. He's going to go to jail. He can get a record. He can lose his job. He's going to be put on child support. Back in the 50s and 60s, 40s and 30s, black women didn't do this because they weren't afforded all of the things that their women are afforded today. You can leave your husband today and get housing, food stamps, a new house, a new car. You can pay $3 a month on your rent. All these things are accessible to you if the man walk out on you now. That's what I'm saying. We keep getting it mixed up. If a man really take his ground and stand his ground, he can go to jail.
You know what? Here's the thing. Here's my thing about Alicia's response. When she said that if men took their place, well, last time I checked, that we're only married at a 30% clip. So that means the guys who are out here have no right to tell women what to do because they're not their husbands. So what do you say to that?
Who, me? You asking me?
Yes.
If we go to scripture and properly teach the scripture and not use certain scriptures and use an interpretation and put it out here like we keep doing, then we probably can make a difference. We're out here talking about 2025 when we need to go back and figure out where it fell short at so that we can pick that ball back up from there. Where it fell short is because...
So hold on.
Okay.
And see, that's what I'm going to bring in, because in the beginning, we talked about, when I come to any subject, I always go from the origin. I want to start from the origin of things. So, and we're going to always go back to the origin of what and why. Why did we ask the question we asked? One of the questions is, what is this self-hate about in Black women? Why is it that our women seem to be hating themselves more than any other race or nation of people, women? What would make our women different than any other nation of women? Why? Why are our women wearing other people's makeup, other nations' hair? Why? Well, the one thing you have to go back to is the Word of God. What job does the priest have? What job does the Black man have? See, most Black men don't even know what their role is in their home. You say you're the head of household, but you have no idea what that role is, what it entitles you to do, what you're supposed to be doing within that role. See, there's an order to life that many people don't want to follow the order to life. And brother, you kept saying about God, and you was right. You was hitting on it, you know? It's 100%. God is the origin of why these things are happening. And then if you want to pinpoint it down to, because you said that it's our African-American, so-called African-American women, our Black women, that's more involved in that than any other culture or nation of women. You said that. So why is that? Because, and then you also added, well, it's only so many people that's married. What about the other men that's out here that's not married? Well, somebody has to set the example long enough. Somebody has to be the trendsetter. So that percentage of men that's not married, definitely, if we had our roles in our homes the way that they were supposed to be, and it's supposed to be with God ruling, then that 30% or the percentage that's not married definitely wouldn't be out here fornicating, because we would go back to the 10 Commandments. It's simple. Why? Coveting. They doing it because it's coveting. It's something that belongs to somebody else, and we enjoy doing things that God don't want us to do. We covet. Our women covet. Everybody covets, but more so us, because why is it? It's this, and a lot of people don't realize it, that there is a curse on us. There is a curse on us as a people, as a nation, and as soon as you recognize it, the better you can free yourself from this curse, because most people are living under the curse, and they'll never get out from under it because they don't believe that it exists. They don't believe a nation of people can be cursed the way that we have been, down to why our children. If you look at Isaiah 3, the King James Version, it's a reason. If you look at Isaiah 3 and read that whole verse, it deals with this hate and what this hate is going to be about, and why this discord is amongst our people. Why is it down to the fiber of our relationships in our homes? You know, why is this thing going on? Why is it more so with Black women not able to find a priest, a husband, their husband, a soulmate? Why? Because it goes back to the origin. Let's go back to the origin and the solution, because we can talk, and everything I'm saying is not final and absolute. It's just that I like to, if we're going to speak of a problem, I would like to also, in the early stages, present the solution for it, you know? So, but it's a lot we can talk about, but the solution is teaching the laws of God, the 10 Commandments. It's just 10 Commandments that need to be taught thoroughly throughout the world.
Archie.
And we would definitely be better as a people.
Look, Black man, I still want to answer. I want to answer the question. If these men are not married to the women, what right do they have to tell them what to do with their bodies? That's my question. Because here's my thing, if I'm not somebody's husband, I don't have a right to tell them what to do. So if our women are not married, who's going to tell them what to do?
The first problem is they shouldn't even be together in the first place. That's the issue. Everybody, we're out here pushing that. Right. But if we go back to where the sex part comes when you get married.
Right.
So you shouldn't even be having sex. So if we go back to that part, we can fix these issues. But no, we're advertising that. We're telling people the married men are going over there and get these women. But so at the end of the day, to fix this problem is if we go back to the Bible where it says if you are not married, you ain't got no business over there doing all that anyway. So that's the issue.
Okay, hold on a second, Black man. Again, I want to ask the question. If these men are single, they're not having sex with these women, okay? Who are these men to tell these women what they can and cannot wear if they're not their husbands?
Because we would have a more better structure, brother. It would be a different nation of people. It would be a different structure of people. It would
As a matter of fact, let me ask the question this way, okay? If a man is not married to a woman, can he tell her what to do with her clothing?
Look in the Arabic nations.
That's a yes no question.
There is places where they tell their women what they can't do.
That's not his wife. He has no right to tell her what to do.
But I'm saying there are places that they make women, they can't wear certain things.
As a matter of fact, let me ask you a question. Hold on a second. As a man, can I come to your house and tell your woman what to wear?
If we had a community of men that respected God, then it would definitely, when somebody's out of control in the church, what do? You bring them before the pastor, the priest. When somebody's in a community, in a village, they brought them before the elders. So what do you mean? There still has to be an order to it.
Go ahead, Alicia. I want to hear what you got to say. Go ahead.
So we was talking about the men, but that's when you have to bring in the women. We have a responsibility. The women have failed to teach the women what they should and should not do. Y'all wouldn't have this issue with telling the women if the virtuous women teach the other women how to be virtuous women, you wouldn't have this issue. So y'all have dropped the ball as far as the head, and we have too. So at the end of the day, it goes hand in hand. Go ahead.
You can't teach a woman how to be virtuous. The Bible says a virtuous woman who can find one, she's rare. So if she's rare, everybody can't be taught to be one.
That's because
we can't make the Bible. See, one of the things, we can't make the Bible mean what we want it to mean. There's many virtuous women out here. We can't make the Bible mean.
That's not what I said, Archie. That's not what I said, Archie. I said the Bible says a virtuous woman who can find one. That means she's rare. That means you won't be able to fish. You can't just go around the corner and find one. She's going to be.
I'm opening this conversation up to some other people. Coach Fergus,
this has took a whole lot of directions in about the last 10 minutes because she asked a question, right? But then we went all the way back to Adam, as if the problems of Adam's are the problems of today. I'm just going to go a little history line from my understanding of reading in the public schools and in college. Despite whatever traumas we went through, whatever time period slavery is, because they tried to come with, just piss the numbers and what happened, but the traumas that was gone through from the time slavery ended to 1965, we had 100 good years of unity together, and 80-90%. Everybody was together. Man, the head, top to bottom. You go into church, the man was the head. Leadership. Feminism came, took all that away. We know it. Y'all lived in the projects with the single mamas. That's where a lot of people started. And the man had to survive on his own. They understood the dynamics that go to the weaker vessel, like you said. The weaker vessel, hey, come over and get these trinkets. But you can't have that man. You can't have that father. Then come the 80s, my favorite generation. Crack tore it all up. Crack tore it up. Some people sold drugs. Now they saying, oh, be better. Look at the damage that they did to the mamas and the daddies. The one dynamic that I think the sisters failed because it even destroyed some of their psyche. When that boy get 12, 13, let's go back to the ancestry. Let's go back. We give him to his father. If he's a working dude, let him go spend time with him. When you keep a boy from his father, you're going to get the same shit. He going to call you a B by the time he's 16 because he realized you was full of shit, mama. He know this. And then y'all let y'all daughters just run around and have babies at 15 like y'all. No change. You still don't let them talk to the fathers. There's some dudes that move around. They got 4 or 5 kids, but they don't, he worked too. Only thing this is what they're going to change is the children are going to have to be allowed to be around men early. If they ain't around men, I don't care if it's a coach, a karate coach, a track coach. If they ain't around good men, I'm talking about the man with the chest and the pecs, you know what I'm saying, that like women, not the one that's over there wearing the cheerleader outfit. No, he has to be around a solid man. And then, since we so smart, why not just ask the question, how do you subscribe to the Bible? How do you subscribe to religion? How do you subscribe to God and Christ? If he's all fluid with it, then he's going to make your son or daughter fluid. But a man has to have some direction. That's the only way it's going to change. And when it comes to the text of the word, if we don't teach them the text of the word and let these little boys get some skills and our daughters get skills early and not just using their body as a skill, it's going to continue to go down this slippery slope for us. And some of us are smart enough to understand how to get out of it. But it's going to be a lot of young people out here that don't have no direction. It's going to be some of y'all daughters and cousins and shit. So my thing is this, it's a mess. But here's the thing that ladies are misunderstanding. Brothers are getting it together. Young brothers are getting it together. And they got 4 or 5 year cycles. The sisters are trying to live a handout lifestyle. You can't do that. It's going to hurt the women. I'm trying to tell you, I could be wrong, but the numbers is showing rapidly. Women are the most enrolled in college. Brother don't go to college, but he still make as much money without $50,000 in debt. My last thing, sisters, y'all selfish as hell. Y'all spend $1,000 on y'all body and y'all kids got snotty noses. Y'all kids is overweight. Y'all buy a $500 wig, a $600 purse, some $400 jeans, some $300 tight ass shoes that go around. So just be a little more attentive to the kids. Let the boys go to the fathers. And I guarantee these young brothers out here, they ain't gonna be making excuses. I ain't have a daddy. They gonna make that kid 10 times stronger.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, I heard you say send them to the dads.
Yep.
My question is, why is dad not at home with his children?
Well, because you have to ask both. Hold up. So in that case, let's sit both. Hold up. So in that case, let's sit both parties down, right? And we'll start when we start. Hold up. When we start asking questions, Mama, did y'all have a relationship? Well, I thought we did, but Mama, did y'all have a relationship? No, he was just coming over when the kids was out going to school. He was busting it wide open because I was thinking about me, just like him, man. Did you? No, man. She said she was gonna let me get it, so I came through. And a brother ain't even got to get it like that. Often he gonna take advantage of that free labor over.
So that's the excuse. That's the excuse.
Hold on. That's not an excuse. That's the reality of it. Now, how do you change it? How do you change it? Let the father and the son start having these conversations. Son, don't move like that. Let the mothers tell to the daughter, you can't give your body up freely early. Our children are having sex too early, right in some of these mamas' houses, busting it open, not even going to school. These kids are coming out with high school with more sexually transmitted disease. They eating asses out here as teenagers. The ball dropped somewhere. And I'm not taking no sides, but I'm telling you, the primary caregiver, the states, a lot of these laws could change, but they're only going to change if the women allow, because if you allow the father and the children to have some type of connection, he's going to build those children. Mm-hmm. He's not going to turn them down. He's not going to call them ugly. He's not going to let them have carbon monoxide in a car. He's going to find a place to keep them warm. But if he don't have that relationship, it is what it is. Now they're adults. Now your daughters are trying to date them. Not saying, when I say y'all, I'm just saying people. When your daughters try to date the same dudes that didn't have opportunity to grow up with a 2-parent home or a good relationship, that's what he gonna get. Just like the young women, they be out here reckless, showing off everything, twerking everywhere they go, park, picnic, the family reunion, all that shit. It just sets so a bad psyche, because once you turn 25, your mind turn on. And if you still playing 25-year-old games at 35 and 45, you more than likely go struggle for the rest of your life. So,
All right, Payne, let's get you in here, man, because I know you've been waiting. And then after that, we got JT.
Hey, man, shoot, man. After what Ferg just said, I don't know if I should say anything, man. But listen, we can go round robin with this thing, because the blame game is a useless thing. I mean, even if we go back to Adam and Eve, one of the things we know where we are right now, we have a tremendous amount of Black women in general who have inferiority complex, mostly based on commercialism, for what they see on TV, what they covered, like my man said. It has nothing to do with men. That's them. They believe in feminist tropes. They believe in what they see. And if I don't look like that white girl down the street or a transvestite, then I don't look good at all, right? So that's one thing. Because of that inferiority complex, they are susceptible to positive and negative affirmations, both, you know? And so, and the affirmations and the attention is what they seek, right? And then because of that attention, they conflate sexual attention with relationship attention. So they think because they got a lot of men who want to bang them out, they think that they have a lot of men who are interested in them, but not for anything other than just banging them out. Very few guys want to have long-term relationships. So there's a break right there. And so if we go back to the susceptibility issue, because women are susceptible because they need this affirmation and this shit. Eve was seduced by the serpent, and she went against God's will when she bit that apple, because he told her not to do it as well. He didn't tell Adam just not to do it. He told both of them not to do it. And she went against God's will, right? And that's the way I read it. She knew that she shouldn't have bit that goddamn apple. And so, and let's just say God is a perfect God. Let's believe in that. I think it's a game that he allowed to get played. And so he wanted to see Adam as a test. Even though I let her go ahead and bite this apple, let me see if she can seduce you in biting him. And just like the biggest first simp that he was, he bit that shit, right? And then we're down on this road. But every man is encouraged by what Adam did. That's why we have some men who believe in the order of God, man, woman, and child, because of the free will that we have. But it's not going to be everybody. So that's the turmoil that we have. So we can't just keep pointing fingers. We need to fix it. But women have to realize that you guys are the master of the sexual marketplace, not men. It's not men. Women control the sexual marketplace. Because the key to the sexual marketplace is right between your legs. And you always have the right to say no. Because I remember back in the day when no was a favorite word of a woman. No, you can't have none of this shit unless you come correct. Big time. Meet my family, let me know about you, this and that. Marry me. Not to have a baby, but just to even get a whiff. So all that shit was going because women chose to let go of that power. Not men, because men, we're the one constant. We always want to bang out a chick. We could be good men, we could be bad men, we could be any kind of man. When a man approaches a woman, ultimately for love, for marriage, for just sex, we ultimately want to have sex with you. You guys know that. And that's a certain power you guys understand. So men are predictable in that fashion. And because we're predictable, we can be manipulated as men. We're not perfect. So, I mean, so we could keep pointing fingers at each other and we're going to just be going down that hill. How do we fix it? I think fixing is a choice. It's the same choice that makes you and you're married, I guess, right? Archie and Alicia.
Are you married?
No. I'm saying you're married, so y'all made a choice, right? Or you're together. Y'all made a choice to be there. We got to make different choices, right? That's the choice that God give us the will to be choice. I'm married, yes, for 37 years, 38 coming up in
It's a
August.
blessing.
You know, so that's what I'm saying. So we got to say, yeah, we're flawed people, but we can all make that change by making a choice to do better, but without pointing the fingers. You know, because there's blame to go around. So that's the end of my rant. So,
all right. So solution.
Hold on a second. Before you go, I want to make sure we get JT in there. JT, welcome to the show, brother. I want to make sure we properly welcome you, brother, to the show. You know what I'm saying? JT, go ahead. I know you've been listening, man. Go ahead and give us your take on this situation, man.
Oh yeah, salute to the panel. Is my mic nice, man?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, you good.
All right. Yeah, so I just had a conversation with my mom like a couple of days ago, and we were talking about that. And she said, well, how do we fix what's going on with the problem that we have that's going on right now? And I simply told her, once people get tired of suffering, once we get tired of suffering, that's the simple answer. People are not tired of suffering. There's going to have to be a lot more people suffering. There's going to have to be a lot of things that is going to be at a point where you have enough casualties. It's going to have to bring in the fear of people who don't want to be that casualty. And it has to be dire. There has to be a sense of chaos at the highest that chaos can be, and uncertainty. There's going to have to be way more uncertainty right now because people still believe. They think things are going to get better. And the older we get, the more we see change, the more we understand that it's change, but it's not change for the better. It's change for the worse. And before it gets better, there's going to have to be a lot more people suffering. And what I can foresee our suffering is the loss of one another. When you don't have family conjoined, when everybody is far away from each other and everybody is suffering alone and by themselves. And then they get tired of that, and then they're going to come up with this bright ideal. Why don't we start coming together? Remember this thing they used to have back in the 80s? Back then, even though we read this in a book, they had family reunions. Let's start family reunions again. Somebody gonna say, well, why would we start something like that? That stuff is old. Well, from what I read, that's what I seen on these videos. That's where you seen a lot of people come together. That's when you had people networking with each other. They were doing that. This is where we get into. We're not going to have a problem with people having babies out of wedlock anymore. Our problem, and it's not going to be us on this panel, the problem we're going to have as people is not having enough of us. The only time you're going to be able to see family where it's going to be 5 or more is in a museum. We keep acting like the problem does not exist and it's not a state of emergency. Then watch what happens. We're watching it right now. Each and every one of us. While we're sitting back arguing about solutions and all these different things, we have younger generations coming on up. I've been here for 5+ decades myself. I see the difference. I ended like that.
I want to read something real quick, if I may, because we were talking about the word, and I know Alicia likes to go directly to what it says, and I want to read it. First Timothy 2 will start at 9. I want the women to dress modestly, with decency and propriety, adorning themselves not with elaborate hairstyles, or gold or pearls or expensive clothes, but with good deeds appropriate for women who profess to worship God. A woman should learn, this is 11, a woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. This is the part for you. This is for you, Arpain. For Adam was formed first, and then Eve. And Adam was not the one deceived, but it was the woman who was deceived and became the sinner first. That's the word. That's
all right. So go ahead and quote that scripture again. And what version of the Bible did you get that from?
Does it matter?
It
yes,
does.
it matters.
So you want me to go to the gay dude, King James? Okay. So we can go to gay King James.
Whoa, that's slander. There's no evidence.
It's okay. Please go read it.
Hold on. Let him. He made this point about the
Jenny, you
gay King
next.
James.
Yeah,
Just
you
go
next.
read it.
Hey, Jenny, I ain't seen you in a while, girl.
And
Congratulations.
we ain't gonna have no slander, no King James slander up in here.
So okay, let me go back. Let me go back again. Let me read it from the KJV version. Okay?
Right, because clearly it's gonna state it a little bit different, and these different versions is why people are really thrown off right now. When you go to college and you're in there for a biology test, you're not gonna have somebody reading from the reading portion of a reading history or history. This is biology class. So if I come in and I say that we're reading from King James and you have another version, that other version might say something totally different. So how can we ever come on one accord with what has really been presented? And you made the statement about, and I like to try to answer everything that you ask, because you asked a lot. And I see that everybody asks a lot, and you have to give every point time to be answered. Like, that's confusion. One of the things about that King James version being the authorized version, if King James knew what was in the Bible himself, he would have had that version thrown away himself. He wouldn't have had it authorized.
So Archie, what's the oldest known Bible in the world?
The thing, the point we're trying to get at is, brother, is if you're reading the Bible, you have to know how to read the Bible to fully understand the Bible.
I'm just asking, what's the oldest version?
Most people, the Bible was wrote over 1600 year period, brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who was the oldest version of the Bible in the world today?
It was wrote over a 1600 year period. When Jesus walked the earth.
Hey, black man, let me answer the question for you. It's the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian Bible. It's real
Ethiopian
simple.
Bible.
The Ethiopian Bible is not a version from our Hebrew Bible.
It's the original version.
It's the version. Yes, it is. It's the original version. It's the oldest manuscript.
So we can, but look, hold up. Can you read Ethiopian Bible?
Yes, they have English translation for that.
No,
too.
I'm not talking about no English translation. You go to King James for the English translation. But if you can't read an Ethiopian Bible, why would you tell somebody else that don't have the knowledge of reading a Ethiopian Bible that's the book?
No, it's versions of the Bible. Then that would be for all versions.
They have a Greek version.
I don't want to go too far down the hole, y'all.
Hold on. Version.
I want to read. I want to read the King James version.
Go ahead and read what you just read again from the King James version.
Okay, here we go. Starting at 9. 1 Timothy. I'm gonna do it like my mama used to make me do it in church. She slapped me back in the head and said, read it right. She said, say the scripture in the verse. I said, okay, mama. 1 Timothy chapter 2, starting at verse 9, and it reads, in like manner also that women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with broiled hair, or gold or pearls or costly array, but which becometh women professing godliness with good works. Let the women learn in silence, with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to assert authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in transgression.
Okay. Can you stop in there,
the
right?
Words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in your sight.
So Okay, so let me go ahead and answer it from the version which you just read. Okay, when a woman learning in silence, that's what we all do. We learn in silence. But for a woman learning in the church and worship, she's supposed to be silent, not to assert authority over a man. That means that she can never be in the pulpit. She can never be a pastor. She can never be a priestess.
I agree.
She can never be any of those, hold those titles over a man.
Yes.
But a woman, but when you say a woman shouldn't teach over a man, you would have to get rid of all of the female teachers. Then, if you have male children.
Pause.
In this case,
no, because you told me to pay attention to words. I want to take you back into the scripture before we move on. It says here in the word that let me go back. I suffer not a woman to teach nor to usurp authority over the man. It didn't say over a boy. See, the woman is to teach the children. But when they become a man, their father.
I get it.
Okay.
I get that.
So when they're children, so you can't get rid of all the teachers because the women are nurturing and they show the boys nurturing. It's a balance.
In colleges, sir, in colleges. You don't have a woman professor? Come on, brother.
You know what? Hold on a second. I'm going to get Miss Jenny in here.
Go ahead, Jenny.
You got women professors now. Y'all gonna have to get out of them classes.
Jenny.
Go ahead.
You know.
But we have to answer these questions first before we go there.
Here's the thing. If we're going to answer questions, when somebody asks you a question, we need a direct answer. Because all we're doing is going around taking 45 minutes to not even touch the subject that we're talking about. That's the main reason why I want to make sure we get back.
The oldest version in the Bible in the world. Do anybody know the oldest?
Let me ask you a question. What version of the Bible makes women put a wig on their head?
Oh my God!
Did you hear what I said?
I'm just
do you want to go to it?
I'm just asking questions. I'm trying to get down to the actual root of this. Now, I didn't want to go down this
fingernails like this. Fingernails like this.
Because it takes away accountability. Let me explain something to you. Do y'all know what a straw man argument is? That's basically when you take something that ain't got nothing to do with the topic and drag it into this and try to get a win when we are not better for the doggone interaction of this particular item. That's the main reason I'm stopping this right here and right now. I want to get back and ask Miss Jenny, what does she think about the original topic? Because we're going too far down the rabbit hole and nobody's answering questions. Everybody's trying to grandstand and try to outdo one another. That's not what we're here to do.
We're going to the origin.
That's not what we're here to do. I'm going to go ahead and move on. Listen, sir, I'm going to move on to Miss Jenny because she's been patiently waiting. And it's been a while since we heard from her. She's been frozen. She's the only person who hadn't had an opportunity to talk. I'm just trying to be fair as a co-host. Miss Jenny, go ahead and give us your dissertation on what you've seen so far.
In regards to like a specific question that was asked?
Yeah, the original question.
Well, Lost, you just asked the question. What part of the Bible made women put wigs and weave and eyelashes and nails on longer than our 20?
I was being facetious because it ain't got nothing to do with personal accountability. That's all I was saying. Miss Jenny, why is it, I'm going to ask her the original question. Why is it that women feel the need to change themselves? That's the original question.
Well, yeah, I mean, I touched on it a little bit with what I was saying earlier, but I would say, because you mean specifically Black women, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that, we as Black women feel the need to change ourselves, for a few reasons. Women in general, we have a desire to have male attention. That's like some forbidden knowledge now. Women want to act like they could care less about a man's attention when that's just objectively not true. So there's that. And then I believe that in America, we adopted the European sense of beauty, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing because this country was, founded as to what it is today by ex-Europeans. And so that it just makes sense that, that style would be what's predominant, and glorified over here. And so there's that. And then I also think that, it's an attack, from the devil to have us be discontented with ourselves, to be covetous, to be discontent, to be unsatisfied. The Bible says that he that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver. And so, like, kind of, I guess, going back to your facetious question, she that has hair shall not be satisfied with her hair, so she has to put on somebody else's hair. And so I think there's just a few. It's a multi-pronged issue, and that's why we ended up where we are.
Now, let me ask you a question, Ms. Jenny, while I still have you here. When it comes to accountability and what we do, why is that so difficult? Because think about it. If a guy walks around and he puts on, let's say, for instance, a black guy puts on a toupee, could we say that his dad didn't teach him? You know what I'm saying? Could we say that his mom didn't teach him? Or did he just walk himself down to the store, made a decision, put that toupee on his head? And why is it that we feel so freely to say that it was somebody else's fault, that he used his own hard-earned money to go down to the store and put a rug on top of his head and then turn around and blame somebody else? Could you help me understand that?
Well, this goes back to something that I've been wanting to talk about on my channel, but due to life circumstances, I haven't been uploading like I want to. But the reason why a man would not be able to get off with that reasoning of saying, well, this is my parents' fault, they didn't raise me right, and society is triggering me, and all these other excuses, is because inherently we see men as the leaders. As a society, as a people, it's natural that we see men as the leaders, and we see women as them. We see women as followers, which is why women are infantilized. And that's why when we do things, we can say, oh, society made me do it. The patriarchy made me do it. Oh, unrealistic beauty standards and my parents and X, Y, and Z. And we can always defer the blame to somebody else. And people are going to accept that because it's like, oh, you're a woman. And we're just seen as like just a step above children. And so women, they want to say that that's a problem, but then they're always using that as like as a fail safe whenever we do something stupid and get caught. And so I think that's why a man doesn't have the luxury of being able to throw off his dumb decisions on other people. He has to take accountability for it. While women, we don't have that. We have the luxury curse, however you see it, of not having to always be accountable for our decisions and what we think.
Let me ask you one more question. This may sound wild, but it goes back to accountability. One of my favorite movies is Set It Off. You know what I'm saying? With all those girls, and they're around here robbing banks or whatever. You know why that movie was so fantastic? It's because in real life, women don't rob banks. You know what I'm saying? Who goes to jail for most of the time for robbing banks? It's mostly men, right?
Right.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. How come women don't rob more banks? Do they decide just not to rob banks? Or, I mean, I'm pretty sure they can, go down to the, local pawn shop, pick up a gun, put on a ski mask, and they can run into a bank and rob the bank, right? I'm pretty sure nobody's going to stop them. But at the end of the day, why don't more women choose not to rob banks?
I would say, just off the top of my head, is that women don't normally engage in violent crime, and robbing a bank could very quickly turn into violence. And women mostly do crimes that are separated from violence. Like if a woman is going to murder her spouse, she's going to poison him, and he's probably going to strangle her. It's like we don't, because we know we're not strong, that's what I would say. Is that it seems like it could get messy and violent, and women just are not inclined to that usually.
Let me ask you a question. Is there anything stopping women from robbing banks?
No more than men.
So you're saying it's a choice, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so women have a choice not to put on wigs too, right?
They do.
So why do they do it?
Because people do what they want to do. And that's just an inconvenient truth that everybody has to swallow about humanity, is that people do what they want to do. At the end of the day, whatever pressure society has, there are people that choose not to give into those pressures for everything. People are late because they want to be late. People, don't text you back because they don't want to text you back. It's just people do what they want to do at the end of the day.
So women understand accountability when it comes to robbing banks, but nothing else, right?
Few and far between.
I just wanted to know how the human mind works. You know, does the patriarchy make men do stuff? Does the matriarchy make women do stuff? You know what I mean? My greatest question is, why don't we take personal accountability for our own actions instead of blaming somebody else for that stuff? I just wanted to know if accountability was gender specific. That's all.
According to society, it is, but in reality, it shouldn't be.
Thank you.
I think, Ms. Jenny, can I say something? Then I'm get Alicia in here because I want to hear what she has to say about this. I don't think women wear lashes and long fingernails. I've seen fingernails at work like this, and I'm thinking, how do they clean their ass?
Oh, Jesus God.
Wait a minute.
If your fingernails are this long and you got to get tissue and wipe front and wipe back, depending on what you're doing, how are you actually taking care of your hygiene with them long ass nails? But that's neither here nor there. My question is this. I believe that women don't do aesthetics for men. Men can care less. The majority of men want a natural woman. Natural hair, no makeup. I was so proud of Alicia Keys when she sat in front of the TV and said, for years, people told her in the background her freckles weren't sexy. And she had to cover her face up for years. And that baby told them, I'm never wearing makeup again. And she looks the best she's ever looked in her life without wearing that shit. But the question is this. Do you believe that women wear the aesthetics to compete with other women? Because it ain't got nothing to do with the man while women wear weaves, wigs, eyelashes. And if we talk about origin, we know the eyelashes came from China. They were sperm blockers for prostitutes to keep the sperm from getting in their eyes. If you want to Google that real quick, you can. So I'm just saying, that's my question to you guys. I want Alicia to go first.
I'm going to go first. And due to the fact that you guys don't want to hear scripture, I have nothing to say on that part. So Archie can talk.
Yeah.
When it's scripture, when it comes to what?
One of the things I'm going to say this to you.
No, hold on. She said we don't want to hear scripture when it comes to what?
Anything, because what y'all are talking about, you can't use one scripture to even really explain this. You guys are going to one scripture. There's other scriptures that go with that. All I've said on this panel, which Coach basically said the Bible is basically the answer, and then he went and said 50, 100 million other things. Right. And all I've been saying on this show was to fix the problem is to go back to the Bible. And every time I say that, it goes all over the place. So that's the only thing that I have for any solution or anything that I have to say on this show is it's going to deal with Bible.
And long nails and wiping ass and shit, cuz that shit there is all the way out, homie. You might want, probably all this, there's all the way out of the rocket,
So Archie, you gonna tell me, Archie? Y'all in Houston, right? I know in Houston, I know they got the ballpark. I know in Houston they got them long ass fucking fingernails.
They got them.
It's a horrible thing, but I'm gonna tell you what it is straight up. We're really out of our rabbit ass minds, sir. That's the problem, and we don't know what we've been put here to do, according to what God says. We don't know what to do according to what God says, and we playing with God. You don't have a clue who you playing with. You don't have a clue who's in the midst of you trying to get some understanding for everybody. You have no clue. But God pays attention. And the very book that you say you kick against, you say you add the book and then you throw the book away. King James, gay, and all that stuff, sir. Look, man, I get it. I 100% feel you. You can't get no more atheist than I was. So I feel you on what you're talking about when you say this and that about whoever had anything to do with the Bible, But one thing I don't deal with, because I know that this is not something that we supposed to be dealing with, is racism of any kind. because each one of us is the same family, same bloodline. That goes for the white man, the China man, black man, African man. And all those are different nations.
Go on, brother. Let me ask you.
Hold on, but my question to y'all biblically, can you guys, because Lost in Translation were playing, I ain't. Can we have a scripture in the Bible that supports these long nails, eyelashes, wigs, sew-ins, weaves?
We just said it. We said it coveting. It goes against it's coveting. It's what has happened to our people. Coveting, trying to be like other people, trying to be like other nations, trying to be the opposite of what we've been put here to do. The majority of the men on this panel, if I could ask you one question, you said Adam and Eve ate an apple.
No, we already
know.
Last week.
I explained it last week.
Yeah.
We didn't talk. It wasn't an apple. That was a Semitic.
We're not gonna do that today.
Right. We already understood it.
Everybody knows what we
explained
mean.
it.
But
I have a question for both of you.
But the point I'm trying to make is, if you don't even know what the Adam and Eve ate, how can you make a decision on the deeper things? The deeper things about the culture and the wider.
Arpain said that, and we're gonna disregard what Arpain said. We're gonna strike that from the record. What I'm saying right now is the aesthetic part of it, the subject of tonight. I think in our community, like you said, our women have gone rabbit ass crazy. Red hair, green hair, purple hair, long fingernails, eyelashes way out. And men and women are starting to look like trans men. It is what it is.
And vice versa, right?
And the men.
You can't tell the difference between a trans man and a woman no more, because they got the same amount of makeup on. They get their body weave at the same place, their body makeup at the same place, their body dresses at the same place, their body heels at the same place. It's a whole bunch of them. That's why you got to go punch them to see if they're a man or a woman. Because you punch a woman, she's gonna say, ah! Or you punch a nigga, gonna say, ah! So you got to figure it out. You don't even know no more. They all look the same. And that's what I'm saying, So
if you had a chance to get in this word the right way, you'll see why these things are happening.
So I have a question for both of y'all. I want to ask both of y'all a question, because y'all putting yourselves in a position of teaching. Am I correct about that? You all represent a position of teaching, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm an outreach advisor.
Hold on. So based off that, are you all actually going to the spaces of the young minds that need to hear this, see this, to get this transition of the way we're moving today? Or is it focused with adults? Because the message that you all understand, that I understand you all coming from, it has to go to the 12, 13, 15, 16, 17-year-old. It has to, because you're trying to get them to think opposite of the ideologies that we have adopted in our modern, so-called modern slowest ass culture, which, is ass backwards to me. It's just the way I feel. But that message that you all trying to push forward, it has to go to generations below you and I. It has to. If it doesn't, it's going to miss the mark, because we're saying the man have to take their position. The man going to have to be taught how to take their position. If the women, because everything we call out, it's funny how it still equates to how the women are moving and behaving within the society, and it comes with them amongst each other, because it's a sisterhood. Okay, go ahead. Good Johnson. I'm sorry.
If the man don't know his jackrabbit place, and he don't even know what he's supposed to be doing, and he don't even know what he's been called to do at 55, I think I'm talking to the right group. I've been teaching for over 25 years. And I've been instructed. So, and for every age group, brother, it's no age when it comes to people being ignorant of what's right and what's correct.
But to the men on this panel, most of these men have worked and done everything according to the plan.
But if you say you know everything,
nobody
taught anything, then how can we ever approach anything if we can't be taught? It's still more to learn.
Nobody
said that, like
though.
You know
Where
everything.
was that premise coming from? Nobody said that.
I never said that. I'm saying for you two to come with the message that you're coming with, because every guy here that's put in the work. Ain't no drug dealers up here. Ain't no baby daddies up here, baby mama. Ain't none of that up here. What I'm trying to say is the message that you all have has to go to the young men and young women, because we saying men got to be better. Boys have to be taught better. Women have to be.
What I'm hearing you talk about, what I'm hearing each one of y'all talk about is the state of the woman.
No,
you know,
that's not true at all. You know,
hold on, y'all. Listen to him. Listen to him. No, listen to him. He's telling the truth. He's right. We are talking about the state of the woman.
It's like this whole show is about taking the woman and putting her into a position to shut up, be quiet, and you know your place.
Archie,
don't
you right.
where it is. Don't
Archie,
put
you're
this
right.
on.
Archie, you're right. You're right, Archie. What I'm saying as a man, earlier, your wife said something that was so profound. Men are out of the zone. They out of their place. They need to get back in their place. And so when men get back in their place, then the counsels of men, the Bible says to always seek the counsel of the elder. So if we're in the council together and women are out of line, us as men have a right to sit around and have these discussions on what they're doing, how they're doing it, and how we whip them back into shape. Because we're leaders, and that's what leaders do. If you're a manager at a job and you manage 20 people and your production line is low and everybody's full of crap, because that's what I do for a living. I do this, I'm over people. So if I go to work and they falling off and the women not doing what they're supposed to do and not doing this, they have monthly meetings. And I have to go into those meetings and I have to discuss all those women who are failing at their job. Just like we should do in our community. We have whores. We have 12-year-old girls who are built like they're 18 years old, don't know what to do with their body, that's moving aggressively. I've had this in my own home. My 16-year-old daughter, well, when she was 14, she was a stick. She was like this goddamn pen. And then all of a sudden, she hit puberty and boom, 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 boom. I said, oh my God. I told my wife, baby, what's wrong? What happened? Now everything popping out. Oh my God, she curvy. Whoa, wait, we got to do something. And I had to have a conversation, baby. Your body you're growing up. So you're going to get this attention. You're going to get this attention. Right? But you have to be willing as men, like your wife said earlier, we have to sit around and have these conversations. Why? Because women, biblically speaking, women are so important to a man. A woman can uplift a man and a woman can destroy a man. That is scripture. It says a good woman is a crown to her husband's head. This is Proverbs. But a quarrelsome woman is cancer to his bones.
Yeah.
So a woman can raise you up. And so why shouldn't we talk about those women to get them in order for us to have better lives? It is better to sleep on the rooftop of your house than in the house with a quarrelsome woman.
Proverbs 25 and 24.
Thank you. So it's better for men to take their place and say, hey, women, yeah, we're talking about you. Yeah, you out of line. Yeah, you got too many baby daddies. You're 26. Why do you have 7 children? Why? Men should do. I remember back in the day, men used to tell girls all the time, hey, what you doing, girl? But get in that house. Girl, get in that house and hush up. And the girls will be quiet. My grandfather will put his fist on the table. Everybody in the house will be quiet. You can hear a rat having sex with a roach because they respected him. And that's what we need to get back to. So your wife, I agree with her tonight. Alicia, you made a valid point. Men need to get back. In order for men to get back in line, we have to come together as men and get everything that's under us, under our authority, back in line. Because what does Genesis say? Genesis say he gave Adam dominion over everything. Men have dominion over everything. So that means we should make correction to everything that fails that's under us.
So how can we do that?
Get on it. You have to get on their asses. You have to stay firm.
We have to have. Lisa's getting ready to say something right quick, but
I'm trying to answer, Coach.
Yeah.
You asked me a question. We go everywhere. In any platform that we are on, this is what we stand on. Even our children are at school teaching other children. My kids send text messages asking because they're at school teaching other children. So yes, we do go anywhere we go. We are about God's business. Now to ask y'all a question, because the only way for us to fully give you guys what we're talking about, we will have to give y'all a lesson. So if one show you guys would allow us to take the time to actually show you guys what we are talking about, because we can't do it with just one scripture or two scriptures. It's a bunch of scriptures that go together to give you the complete understanding of what is being said.
So what scripture do you disagree with? That's what I want to ask.
I'm not disagreeing with anything. What I'm saying is it's not in its proper order to tell you exactly what it's saying. So that's what I'm saying. But I can tell you that, but until you actually go each scripture with us, you really wouldn't understand what we're talking about.
Isaiah 28 speaks about how to read the Bible. That is the only true way to read the Bible. Isaiah 28 is the only way. So for people that don't know that Isaiah 28 talks about the only way to read the Bible, then how do you know what's in the Bible if you don't even understand how to read the Bible given from the author of the Bible, God, Jesus? So that's why I say the origin of why we're off track, the makeup and the long nails that they can't even wipe their ass. I talk about it often. I talk about it. I have 12 grandchildren. So I talk about it, when I'm in the community. But it's when you're insane, you do insanity. You do the things that seem to be right. When you're dealing with a generation of people that are bipolar, do you understand that trauma has done this thing to our people? And we're raising children that's just as confused, more confused than the parents and the grandparents. So this thing is going to keep on going. So I hate to scold our youth. They're clearly not in their right mind. And neither is the third and fourth generation up to them children. You 3 and 4 generations, the majority of the people never even went to worship on the Sabbath day. Never went to church on the Sabbath day. But you say you're a Christian. But you've never been to worship God on his holy day. So if you can't at least do that simple thing and worship God on his day the way that he said to worship him, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, how can you have any reverence statements about the Bible that you don't even understand? You don't know what you're talking about. So when we speak of origin, I'm only going to bring you back to the origin. Jesus Christ is the author and the finisher. You can't get away from Jesus. We can't get away from the Bible, whether it was wrote in the 1500s or the thousands. We got to still stand on the word. We know why our women are out of their damn mind. My ex-wife took off for 11 years and left me with all 6 of our children. So I know all too well that people are literally out of their mind. I know, and it's due to trauma, and it's due that we're disobedient to God. And the very second you turn around and you ask God why, and he start revealing it to you, listen to God. Be humble enough at 50, 55, 60 to listen to God. But it might come through somebody that you might not reverence. You might not even know these people. But it might be God speaking to you so he can get you ready and prepared. I didn't come to bring the gospel. I just came to bring the origin, a solution to why we're dealing with what we're dealing with. I'm not against
you know what God called me to do?
Wait a minute. Yeah. It's just a two-way conversation. I want to listen. Before, like you discounted me before, everybody knows the apple is figurative. So everything else I said wasn't bullshit. But here's another thing. Listen, even if you were perfectly right, brother Archie, you're only reaching less than half of the people of goddamn population. So everybody else is doomed to die because they don't read the Bible. So what I'm saying is that there's a corollary from the Bible to just actual everyday common sense in life. And so if you want to reach people, you can't just say, well, here's the book. And if you don't live in the book, I know you don't like this either, Miss Jenny, but you're only talking about a half solution because everybody doesn't believe in Jesus Christ. So I mean, and they still have to live on this earth, and they still influence everybody. They still influence people who do believe. That's why shit is all messed up, because if those people are out of balance, they influence the people who are in balance. So this is not a whole solution that we're talking about. So we're really just talking about a segment of the population. Now, we could be righteous. Let's say everybody else in the world is going to go to hell because they don't believe in the way we do. No, that's what I'm saying.
That was the choice.
Yeah, it's a choice. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at. You said it.
Yeah. So I want to say this. I want to say this real quick, Alicia, before and Archie. God has called a lot of us to do a lot of things, and I know for a fact that God called me to be a disruptor. I'm going to say what I want to say, how I'm going to say it, because it needs to be said. I don't care if I'm at church. I don't care if it's the pastor. I don't care if it's the pastor's wife. I don't care if it's the children's ministry. I don't care if it's a gay man trying to do praise and worship. I'm going to call this shit out. Period, point blank. And when people see me coming, I think I'm helping Jesus. I'm thinking I'm getting his name called a lot, because when I walk in, all I hear is, "Oh, Jesus." I've had people at meetings change the time of the meeting so I would be there late so they can make the decision why I was not there. And I always got a op in there that said, "Hey, they changed the time." I said, "I'll be there 30 minutes before the time they changed." And I walked through the door, "Hey, good evening, everybody." I said, "Who told them?" But I was sometimes, guys.
You had a mole in the congregation.
Oh yeah, I got a mole. Sometimes we get so caught up in the representation of God that we forget the relationship with God. And the relationship with God is the most important thing to have. Sometimes we get caught up in the representation. You got to wear a certain thing. You got to do a certain thing. You got to talk a certain way. You got to do this. No. At the end of the day, God it's relationship. And we get so caught up in the representation that we forget relationship. So I was called to be a disruptor. I'm not coming to rock the boat. I'm coming to turn that son of a bitch over. And I just had this situation. I talked about it on the show a couple of weeks ago before you guys were here, Archie and Alicia, where a guy at the church, they hired a guy. I'm doing praise and worship. I'm a pretty good singer.
You told us.
Yeah.
I'm 100% with that.
Yeah,
I'm 100% with that. I mean,
and I tore it down. I tore it down.
And that's the same way I am, brother. It's the exact way. And when it comes to other nations, they had an opportunity to worship this God just like we have. That don't have nothing to do with me and with God that they're worshiping right now, just like it doesn't have nothing to do with you. I can't say that they have a way into the kingdom of God or don't have a way in, but I will say that Jesus Christ is the way. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't know how to read the Bible, I welcome you to sit and come to some of our studies.
Okay, so
hold a second. Go
ahead. You also go to Miss Jenny. Go ahead.
I was about to pull Jenny off the bench.
Yep.
Miss Jenny, let's do some work. I know you know your Bible, and you know I know my Bible, right? What's one of my main sayings that I always say? Obedience is better than what?
Sacrifice.
Okay. Now, the main problem that we have, since everybody wants to dance around the problem is disobedience and dishonor. And let me break that down for you. Okay. You can't honor somebody if you're being disobedient. Am I not right? Am I not right, Jenny? Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Even the Bible speaks of honor your mother and father, that your days may be what?
Long
on the earth.
All right, great. Here's the situation. If your father is not in the home, can you honor him?
Yep.
Really?
No, I mean, because you don't know what he has. You don't know what he asks of you.
Right. Now,
when you say that again,
how can it's in the Bible? I'm pretty sure you heard it. You read it.
The son is in.
Yeah, that's right. Obedience is better than sacrifice. Now, my whole thing is this. How can you be obedient to something that you don't respect? Our problem is that we don't respect the authority of men.
Did you hear what I said?
Our rhetoric that our women, the reason why it's different is because they don't hold our men in reverence. It's in their talk. It's in their language. It's in how they deal with men. The first thing they come out with is, I don't need no man. You see what I'm saying? Because it allows them to do whatever it is they want to do. And if you're doing whatever it is you want to do, then you're being disobedient. Not only are you being disobedient, you're dishonoring the person who is in charge, who's supposed to protect you. So if your husband / father, man of God, whoever it is in your home, gives you instructions and you don't listen to what they have to say, and then you insert whatever it is you want to insert to make yourself feel good, that's dishonor. Even when you get married, there's love, honor, obey. Am I not right, Miss Jenny? Ain't that in there? Forsaking all others, right?
Well,
you know what I mean?
All
All
they're
that
taking
stuff
it
is
out,
in there,
boss.
right?
They took the obey part out.
No. Just
out.
because man took it out, don't mean it don't apply. We have a lot of people who want to remix everything and shake stuff up and want to say who wrote this and who wrote that. It ain't about who wrote what or what. It's about your relationship with God. And if you have a relationship with God, he will tell you what's wrong or what's right. You know what I mean? If you talk to your husband out of character, you're being disobedient. If you abuse your wife, you're being disobedient. God said, love your neighbor like you love yourself. So my whole thing is this: if somebody was here to tell you, to help you and to guide you, and you're being disobedient, then that's your fault. Now, I will tell you this: God reigns on the just and the unjust. But I assure you, those who are being disobedient, he already promised you your days will not be long. That, my friend, is a guarantee. And I think that's probably the reason why we have a situation in our communities, because our women no longer want to serve God. You know how I know this? It's because they're being disobedient to what he said. Even outside of the presence of a man, you're being disobedient to God. That's the main reason why I asked the question. If that woman is not married to any man, what right does he have to tell her what to do? Now, if God tells her what to do, then what's supposed to happen after that? If you're disobedient to God, what happens after that? You can't shuck and jive with God. You can't make any deals with God. You can't bargain with God. You can't tell God you don't need him. He's the one who gave you breath. You see what I'm saying? So when we get up in here, we start arguing about who wrote this and what got Apple and what bit this and that. That is a waste of time. I assure you, God's mercy is everlasting, but his justice is swift. And I assure you, the minute you try to shuck and jive God, he got something for you. He ain't trying to hear that, because ain't nothing you can do. You can't box with God. So all this extra stuff that people want to get on these panels and bop around and say it's all the men's fault. A man didn't put that on your head. A man didn't make you feel the way that you feel. That's on you. And if you're not in the presence of God, and God told you that you are fearfully and wonderfully made, but you decide you want to change it up and remix it, you're calling God a liar to his face. That is disobedience, and that is dishonor. Miss Jenny, stop me if I'm lying.
Hey, I couldn't say it better myself.
That's my whole point. Why are we making a mountain out of a molehill? Why is it when we ask people direct questions, they start bringing in stuff that ain't got nothing to do with it? It's about accountability, personal accountability. Jesus is your personal Lord and Savior. Am I not correct?
Where is that at?
Jesus himself said it. Or unless you grant it, you know what I'm saying? So
Where
if
does
you
it
want,
say
my whole thing is, if you want to have a problem with that, you can take that up with God. Don't box with me, box with God. I ain't got nothing for you. I don't have a hell. Listen, I don't have a hell or heaven to put you in. But my thing is this: when you dishonor people, you best believe it's gonna be some smoke. Some people will roll over and show their belly. Some people won't. Some people will show you their teeth and show you who they really are.
So we.
What religion are you guys?
Now you can accept it if you can.
We're
accept
not a
it if you
religion
want.
at all.
It
We're not a
don't matter.
religion.
It doesn't matter. Y'all know right from wrong, right?
What? How did we get to?
How did we get to this?
How did we get to what religion you are?
We didn't say.
We got the Bible. We quoting the scripture to you, right?
Let me explain something to you.
What religion is the Bible?
Hold on a second. Let me explain something to you. I'm not the one to play straw man arguments with. This is what I do. Okay? My whole thing is this: when you dishonor the co-host, when you dishonor this platform by trying to derail the conversation, it doesn't look good. All I'm saying is this: listen to what we're saying. Take in what we're saying. If people are being disobedient and dishonoring those who are supposed to be in charge of them, nothing good happens. Nothing. Now, if we want to get down to the root of the issue is we need to ask what's in the psyche of women to make them believe that they're not good enough. That is the question. It ain't got nothing to do with no man. It ain't got nothing to do with what society said. It ain't got nothing to do with no commercials or none of that. That is a personal decision that requires personal accountability. Every time we get on these panels, they always want to put it on the men. If you eliminate every man on this planet and women still continue to do what they do, is it still the man's fault? That's the question. Everybody want to make excuses and put everything on the man. And then on top of that, you don't even want to listen to him. So what difference does it make? That's the question.
Yeah, you said it right. They're not listening to the man. You are absolutely right.
Now, outside of the presence of the man, what makes them do what they do? That's the question. Let's have a real conversation. What's inside of a woman's mental makeup that says, I am not good enough? Well, I don't like what I see.
You have to have some laws. You have to have some laws to go by.
That ain't got nothing to do with a law. I asked the question.
If you don't have any laws,
that ain't got nothing to do with a law.
Or rules to go by.
Before we enter anything into the conversation, put anything on the table, I'm asking you a direct question. What is it inside of a woman's own mind that tells her that she is not good enough?
You're dealing with a spiritual realm. You're talking about women in general. Every woman.
That's not
you
what's
can't
on the
speak
table.
for every woman.
That's not.
What's in every woman's mind?
Women in general.
Sir, that's not what's on the table. The question is, what is it inside of a woman's mind that tells her that she's not good enough?
Do a survey.
What's stop them from lying?
Do a survey.
I'm asking you a question directly.
Ask 1,000
in your opinion, what is it inside of a woman's mind that tells her that she's not good enough?
And you know?
I'm asking you the question. That's what the co-host does. He asks questions to spark ideas and conversation. I'm asking for your opinion. What is it inside of a woman's mind?
I just told you.
The question is, what is it inside of a woman's mind that tells her that she is not good enough?
Is that open for the panel, man?
I'm asking him. But since he don't have an answer, JT, can you answer that?
Yeah, well, I have daughters. I have a mom. I've heard things coming from other women. I've dated women. I've married. And a lot of the things come from things that are inside of them. A lot of it can be the lack of having structure. It can be whatever she experienced being young as a young woman. It can be the things where a lot of women that I've talked to, it came firsthand from guess who? Mom.
Hey, mama.
Right?
Now we cooking.
These are the things that we hear from women. These are the things that we see that comes, and this is where we have to have real conversation. But the thing is, because what we want to get away is, just like when we talk about men, we want to say, hey, let's take this away from there first and let's go with experience. The type of trauma that was there. It's way before they become adults. That's the end result to what was happening during teenage and childhood and things like that.
Now, JT, let me ask you a question, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where do you think that trauma comes from? The root of it?
Man, I think the root actually is what we're talking about is it's passed down from one generation to the next generation.
All right.
Right? So we always ask, and like I said, I got daughters, and they do the same thing that all these other girls do. They want to wear the hair, the makeup and the nails and the lashes and all these different things. And I have to ask them, why do you think that the hair that you have that's not yours, it looks better than the hair that's on top of your head? Talk about what long hair. They have their own. You know, we you know, it'll get to a point where I have to sit back and say, damn, did I do something wrong to you? But it's multifaceted when you talk about it, because it actually like with my kids, they both graduated from college, right? And the thing is that the surroundings. Look at the friends that they have. You know what I'm saying? Look at the way that they're smart and they have their jobs and they're going to school still, getting master's degrees and all these different things. But just like any other woman that's in America, black women, all you have to do is just sit back, quiet yourself down and look and observe. And what you see is a lot of women all looking to the same. All of them. I don't have the number one answer, but I've given a number of answers that was put before me. I'm
now,
pretty
believe
sure
it or
that
not,
you guys
JT,
can come with some more.
But believe it or not, what you said was profound. It's the community aspect portion of this that causes this situation. It's like you said earlier, all their friends are doing it. You see what I'm saying? So that means that there's an outside pressure. That we talk about peer pressure. I'm pretty sure y'all talk about that. You know, kids experience peer pressure, that type of thing, right? My whole thing is, what do you think that comes from? Because think about it. If you come from a good community where everybody's doing good things, then that peer pressure is going to allow you to do good things, right?
Yeah.
So my thing is, if you come from a community where everything is bad and that peer pressure has just as much an equal opportunity to influence that person, whether it's good or bad, influence has something to do with it. Let me ask you another question. What can we teach our daughters to not be influenced by outside pressures?
I tell you, I'm raising 3 right now.
Come on, talk to us, black man.
Let's go, black man.
So I tell my daughter's got locks. They look real pretty, just like Miss Jenny's. My daughter have hair just like that. They wear their natural hair. We don't do makeup. We don't do lashes. We do none of that. No wigs, no sew-ins. We do none of that. Because what I did one day, my daughter was honest with me. She said, Daddy, when I go to school, the other girls, they change their hair. They have different colors and they have the burgundy. And I said, that's what you want? She said, yeah, I want to try it. I said, why? Because what? Because what? What? I said, come here. I said, Maya, I told my other little girl, come here. I said, look in the mirror. I said, well, tell me what you see. I said, look at them pretty locks. I said, now on 3, you're going to smile because I got that kind of connection with my babies. On 3, you're going to smile. She started smiling. I said, look at that. I said, why would you want to cover up everything beautiful with something that gives you temporary beauty that's not going to last? I say, baby, your first impression is always your lasting one. And when someone sees you, and if a man, when you get older, a man's going to want to marry you, have a family with you, you let that man see what he has to cover from the jump. You don't let that man see what you have to uncover. You let that man see what he has to cover. Because there's no reason, baby, for you to date a man and he come to pick you up on the first date and you forget your makeup. Because men are visual. We're attracted to what we see.
Mm-hmm.
And if I take a girl on a date and I see her and I meet her and shake her hand and say, hey, listen, I'm gonna get your number. Okay. She's looking all cute, got her makeup on, her hair done. And I come pick her up and she ran out of makeup, and I see that her face looked like she fell asleep on a barbecue grill, then we have a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Because now I'm seeing, or she pulled her wig off and she looking like Maya Angelou in and out of time. Oh, what? That wasn't what I saw last week.
Childish.
Still
I'm being real. No, man, I'm telling you guys, if you did a poll right now, pause, if you did if you went out and asked men, I'm going to do it. I swear to God, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go to the mall. Men don't like the aesthetics. They don't like the weave. They don't like the wigs. They don't like the eyelashes. They only like it if they're trying to have sex with you.
Yeah.
They don't want to wake up every morning and you done lost one of your lashes. He got to spend 30 minutes before he take a shower trying to help you find your lashes. Or you trying to comb out your wig.
But BMU, you said something profound though. You skipped over it because that's the point. The fact that those men will still bang out the chicks with all the fake shit is the thing that the women key on. They key on that. They think that men sexual proclivities for those aesthetics is more important than their natural beauty.
But hey, listen.
So I mean, but you're right on track. I have 2 daughters too, and listen, they don't do none of that coloring shit. And my oldest daughter just came from like an all-day session getting her locks and her hair clean, and her hair is all the way down her back, all natural, no nothing. It's just natural thing. She got it from her father, of course. It's my genes running through her veins and shit. I don't, it skipped a generation, baby. You know what I'm saying? But she got all
I beg your pardon?
I mean, both of my daughters have to, and they just take the time. None of this eyelash bullshit, because I wouldn't have it. No color in your hair. When they look in the mirror, they don't have no inferiority where they fit in this world. Like the common woman. And listen, it's not like I didn't put them out in the diaspora. They went to common schools, they went to liberal ass colleges, but they still came back black women. Mm-hmm. They know who they are.
Arpain, let me ask you a question. What did you instill in them to teach them to resist what's going on in this world and to remain who they are?
I picked the right mother for them. I picked the right mother because my wife, and maybe this is I can't take real credit for it, because part of my on my list of women that I wanted to be with, I just wanted to make sure when we woke up in the morning, I didn't wake up screaming. And she had to look good in the morning, right? Like that stupid show, like you have to have nice feet and shit. Yeah. If I look at you in the morning, if you're still pretty without none of that shit on, I'm happy. My wife is just. So they took after their mother. She doesn't wear excessive makeup. She has nice hair.
Yeah.
And but their hair is like black women's hair. It's kinky. Ain't all that. They gotta work with that 4C stuff. That's what they got. Yeah. And they're proud of it. They're proud of it. And here's what I told my daughter. She's a little older now. The oldest one is 30. I said, one of the things you got to understand is you don't have no kids. I said, when a man who's looking to be married, the fact that you don't have a whole bunch of kids by 18 different men is a plus. Don't let nobody else tell you that. They could start a new family with you, and that shit is a gold mine for men these days, especially black men.
Arpain, let me ask you a question, sir. This is a follow-up question. This is a question I think everybody needs to listen to. Arpain, why is it that your daughters honor what you say?
You know what, man? You know what? This is me. I'm always had my foot half in the secular and non-secular world. It's the grace of God, because I can't even take credit for that. I just showed them by my actions. Mm-hmm. They respect the things that I was willing to do to give them the life that they have.
Now, let me ask you a question.
That's all I can really say.
Let me ask you a question. How does your wife's role in raising your daughters and how she interacts with you that allows your daughters to respect you? How does your wife's role play a part?
You know, it's fun. You know what? I think the first thing they know is that we like each other, and they know that our family structure is based on my relationship. You know, I have a relationship with God. I'm not a religious man, but I do. But our relationship, me and my wife's relationship, is at the top of the apex. You could add God in there, and the kids know that they're under that umbrella. We never centered our life around our children, never, and we let them know that. Right. So I said, because I told them, as long as me and your mother are cool and she's cool with me, I'm cool with her, you guys are going to be taken care of. And that's exactly what happened.
They good.
So you and your wife honor each other. Is that correct?
Yeah, man. I mean, all the time. All the time we do. We just do. I mean, you know, everybody has their thing, but you know, it's never like, hey, you know, we're on a verge of a divorce and that's all. I mean, it's crazy. And I hate talking about it because people don't believe me.
Well, I believe you, man. She used to bring you food, to eat, and everything, man, on camera. So I believe it.
Now I want to add this to the thing because I want Leisha. This is for Leisha and Miss Jenny only. Okay, I want them to help me understand something. Okay, since we want to understand the mind, what makes a woman do these things, and how unfair it is to men, because what they're seeing is not what they're getting. Right. And so I want you guys to look at this real quick with me. And y'all tell me what y'all think. Me and I'm just gonna watch y'all facial expressions. But I want y'all to help me with this right here. What I do with it. Oh, here it is. Okay, I'm gonna play it one more time because this is what we're dealing. This is what our sons are going out meeting, and then they get home. I'm serious. Look at her. She looks like she's royalty at the end, but at the beginning, she looked like she was helping Rosa in the underground. So let me start it over. Now, I want y'all to tell me, is this fair? Is this fair for her to go out like this, and then she's going to come right back to the house, wipe all that shit off, and look like this?
You know what, black man? I'm going to say something, man. I don't really think it's the fact that she doesn't have makeup on. It's the attitude, man. Because even if she puts all that makeup on, this attitude is still there. That's just as unattractive. And men are not falling for it anymore. That's what I was telling you earlier, that all the women are starting to look the same. But on the inside, it's all rotten. It's the same bad attitude.
But don't they look like a trans man a little bit? I'm going to stop.
Absolutely like one. No, don't stop. That's what we saying. I couldn't kiss
exactly
that.
what a trans man look like.
I can't kiss that.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't want her to even come close to my shirt. If I got a white or a beige shirt on, I don't want you over by me. That's crazy right there.
So Miss Jenny, we'll start with you, and then Miss Leisha will come to you. Miss Jenny, is it, first of all, what do you think about that demonic behavior? That's what it is. That she's an imposter. Okay, she's a mannequin. So what do you think about this demonic behavior with the wig, the contacts, the eyelashes, the 8 pounds of makeup on? And she looked. Go ahead, Miss Jenny.
You know, you kind of touched on it earlier, but the Bible, it doesn't explicitly say, you know, whether or not a woman should wear makeup, but the context of which makeup is referred to in is very telling, because the only time that something related to makeup is referenced in the Bible it's with the woman Jezebel, where it says that she painted her face. And so Jezebel is one of the villains of the Bible. So, you know, like context.
She's a whore. Say it, Miss Jenny. She was a whore.
She tried to kill Elijah.
She was a whore.
And so, yeah, you know,
Jezebel was a whore. But we'll talk about that in a minute, Alicia, when y'all go. But Jezebel, she was an evil, demonic woman who used anything she could to get what she wanted. She was a whore. But we'll talk about it in a minute. Go ahead, Miss Jenny.
Yeah, totally. And so there's that.
Use bathroom real quick,
Yeah, I mean that video is very telling. You know, I mean, she looked literally like RuPaul. You know, the drag queen.
Right.
And so, you know, I mean, and to you know, play devil's advocate just for a second, you know, I think that, you know, women, we like to play dress up. You know, we like to, you know, feel pretty and get dolled up. And so I wouldn't say it's very different for someone to put on some tinted moisturizer and some lip gloss and, you know, and maybe, you know, I don't know, just like do a little bit on themselves versus that, you know. I feel like, you know, just to be fair, like, you know, there's a difference between polishing yourself and then transforming into a new person, you know. And so I just felt like, you know, that needed to be said, because even though I normally don't wear makeup, I don't want anyone to, you know, check me if they ever see me wearing it sometimes, because I will. But you know, that right there, that really is inexcusable, because you don't look the same. And so at that point, it's a lie. As you're telling me something that is not the truth, because, you know, most of our communication is nonverbal. And so that nonverbal communication of you telling me this is what I look like is inaccurate. And even if it's obvious that you don't look like that because, you know, your eyeshadow is obviously not your true color of your eyelids, it's still a lie, because that's what the foundation and the concealer are for, you know, to conceal, you know, to lie about your blemishes and your pores and, you know, and so I think it's shameful. I think that's definitely, when it comes to that level of, you know, just, I mean, clown makeup at that point, that really is showing that there are major insecurities, that you don't like how you look. You know, people say, well, I do it for myself. I do it because I just like to, you know, play in makeup. You're hiding yourself at that point. It's a mask. And so I think it's a shame. Let it not be said of God's women that we would, you know, masquerade in that way, and that we would be able to actually be thankful for what God's given us. You know, if we don't fit the conventional idea of beauty, that's okay. And we don't, and that's not necessary. And so I think, yeah, that stuff like that, that's just really sad.
Great point. Very great point.
You muted,
no.
bro. You muted, Trans.
Ms. Jen, let me ask you a question before you go. Now, before you go, I'm going to ask you a question. What can women do to adorn themselves on the inside? The Bible says a woman, who can find a virtuous woman? And I think we spend a lot of time talking about the exterior. What can women do on the interior to be a virtuous woman, to be the type of woman that a man would want to marry?
Oh, well, that goes back to the verse that Black Man was referring to earlier, with the gold and braided hair and costly apparel. Right under that, it says that, but instead, let your adorning be the inward man. You know, I'm paraphrasing. You know, and that we as Christians, you know, we're supposed to adorn ourselves with doctrine. So, you know, for one, we have to know what the doctrine is to be able to adorn ourselves with it. So we need to read the Bible. We need to apply it to our lives. But we need to, you know, have grace and mercy, be long suffering with people. You know, a lot of times I feel like I hear men say things like, you know, I just want a woman to be nice to me. And I remember growing up, I would be just nice to men, and they would think that I was flirting with them. And it's like, I'm just being respectful to you. Like, you opened the door for me and I said thank you, and now all of a sudden you're like, oh, you want my number? And it's like, no. But thanks. It's like, you know, so many women are just rude. And so yeah, you know, being nice, being pleasant, you know, things like that really goes a long way, because no matter how fine you may be, you know, I personally, I feel like Zendaya is getting a lot of hate right now on Twitter because she's everywhere and people are getting sick of her. But I genuinely think that Zendaya is so beautiful. Like she's just, I mean, she just is like a perfect 10 in my opinion. But that's all gonna fade. You know, Lori Harvey is another one that comes to mind. I think she's totally gorgeous. That's gonna fade. But a woman who has a beautiful character, who is gentle, who is meek, who I put in the chat earlier, you know, the Bible says that she shall do him good and not evil all the days of his life. That's really what's important. And if more women put more stock into that versus, you know, makeup brands, then that would really take us a lot further, especially as Black women.
You're right. I think in a world of where everybody looks the same, I think women who act the same are the ones who actually stand out. And I think those are the ones who really need to be wives. The French have a term called joie de vivre, basically means the joy of the day. And I think that what happens is, I think if you have joy in your heart, it allows you to stand out a little bit more. And I think that's probably the reason why those gentlemen were opening their doors for you, because you were kind. And I think your kindness preceded your beauty as well. So I think that's probably one of the reasons why guys are nice to you. And Jenny, before you go, I just want to say I appreciate you. We miss you. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you came back. Anytime you come back, it's always a joy to have you. And I want you to let you know we appreciate your presence anytime you have us here on the channel. So thank you.
Awesome translation. Hopefully she come back on her Saturday show. We just, you know, waiting on to come back, you know, with Miss Jenny, because we got to change everything, Miss Jenny. Because when I did your intro and all that stuff, there wasn't no baby, wasn't no nothing. So I'm going to erase the whole thing. I'm going to start from scratch.
Oh, man.
We got to put the baby in there. We got to put all this stuff in there. So I can't wait.
We have to celebrate our women who deserve to be celebrated. And Ms. Jenny, I'm going to make sure that we publicly celebrate you for the things that you do and the contributions you add to this channel. So thank you.
Thank you.
Now I want to say this, but because Archie and Alicia, it's your turn. Before we get started, because I want to make sure, because I know Archie is he like me. When he knows something, and if he don't know it, you better tell it. And so, when I said Jezebel was a whore, Jezebel is a whore. And if you go to Revelation 2:20 in the King James Version of the Bible, and it reads, "Notwithstanding, I have a few things against thee, because thou sufferest that woman Jezebel, which calleth herself a prophetess, to teach and to seduce my servants to commit fornication, and to eat things sacrificed unto idols. And I gave her space to repent for her fornication, and she repented not. Behold, I will cast her into bed, and them that commit adultery with her into great tribulation, except they repent of their deeds. And I will," God not playing. And this is why we shouldn't be playing. He said, "And I will kill her children with death, and all the churches shall know that I am he which searches the reins and the hearts. And I will give unto every one of you according to your works." Jezebel was a whore.
Well, you want the answer to that? One of the things about being a whore, you can go a whoring after other gods, and all of us are whores. You know, when we are living outside of what God wants and his truth, his word, you know.
But in Revelation, it's not talking about everyone being a whore based on character. This woman is
serving other gods. Serving other gods.
It said that, hold on, it said, "Notwithstanding, have a few against thee, because thou sufferest thy woman Jezebel, which calleth herself a prophet, to teach." Watch this. This is the physical part that made her a whore. "And to seduce my servants to commit fornication, and to eat things sacrificed unto idols." So she ate things for the other gods, but she was throwing that coochie from the free throw line. She was trying to get these men to get that thing. And it said he gave her space to repent for her fornication. Oh, there it is. They're going to whore in this again. "And I gave her space." The Bible should have been written like this. "And I gave that hoe the opportunity to repent of her fornication, and she did not." That's what it should say. And she repented. Go ahead.
You know what, black man? Here's the thing. I think it's more focused on her behavior. Think about it.
Yeah.
If she's doing all of that stuff, it really don't go into what she looked like and all that. It was basically the behavior. Yeah. And I think the behavior corrects a lot of the other stuff that we complain about. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the issue. Correct the inside first. You know, clean out your heart. Ain't that what the Bible say, Miss Jenny? Clean out your heart so God can come on in. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
And
Alicia,
I think that's the issue, man. She let devils come in. We wrestle not with flesh and blood. Ain't that right, Jenny? Yeah. Come on now.
We wrestle not with flesh and blood. Come on, you got to finish that thing now.
Come on, man. Talk to me, man. That's right. Well, principalities and the evilness in high places.
Yeah, in high places. Okay,
that's right.
So that's why when you hear a lot of people say she has a Jezebel spirit, that's what they're talking about.
Men have that spirit too.
You know what I'm about to say, right? You know what I'm about to say, right?
I don't understand.
Anytime we have a conversation, it's always, well, what about the men too? Tonight's show is not about the men. We got plenty of shows for the men.
Next week, buddy. Next week.
Yeah. We got
Alicia, I want you front and center next week, Alicia. Front and center next week, baby. We talking about the leaders next week. We talking about the men.
Can I talk about the video?
Yes.
I never got to talk about the video. No, that was clown face, and y'all should have ran because you obviously know that that's not her. Now, Mr. Payne, when he was talking about his daughters wear light makeup, I can see that because some women, and y'all made it plain and clear, have issues with their skin, and they look like monsters to the world because they got all these, and then the men don't look at them and all this other stuff. So they put on a little bit of makeup. Now, I get that. That's not so much as a lie, but that's giving that lady that confidence because she know that man is not going to even look at her. So she's trying to get somebody to look at her. You know how just like you mentioned on the show, then you take it off and that's the type of stuff that have women running around here. You know, self-esteem is messed up. So no, I don't approve of that type of makeup because that looks like a shimmy to me. That don't even look like a female. I think that is very ridiculous. But women do wear it, and a lot of times it's a covering. When you work in those warehouses and stuff, that makeup protects you and keeps your skin from breaking out. So it's different reasons why women do wear makeup. Again, that's not gonna put them in the lake of fire. Now,
let me ask you a question, Alicia. Let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Men don't wear makeup, but how come men's skin is always smooth?
Well, I know a bunch of them that put makeup on nowadays.
We're not talking about them.
Yeah, them are all regular
and I also know
sisters right there.
As a matter of fact, let's use the guys on this panel. Let's use the guys on this panel.
Wear makeup.
No. Let's
to answer your question, I know a lot of guys in their skin are not smooth.
Right.
Well, so for the most part, guys don't use other things to cover up their face.
Right. Y'all don't because y'all got beards and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, that video is what I'm talking about. That's ridiculous. And that right there is uncalled for, and it's absolutely ridiculous. When you put on a little bit of makeup, at least that man can still see that you have these blemishes and stuff all over your face. So when you take that makeup off, he ain't, oh, what is this? So if you are dealing with somebody that's walking around here with makeup like that, then that's on you. You should have ran from that.
So Alicia, this is what I always say, and I like to keep it unfiltered. We all grown here. Mm-hmm. If I went to the novelty store and I bought a strap-on that hang, and I scrapped it on myself because I was self-confident about old boy down there. And I put it on and I put some gray pants on and I jogged through the park where all the women at. And that thing was just jumping. And that woman said, "Oh, black man, I like that." And I get home and she laying on the bed. She said, "Baby, I'm gonna call you 3-step. It's gonna take you that minute to come up out of me." All right. And I say, "Give me a minute." And I take the strap on off and throw it over my shoulder. And she looked down and said, "What's that for?" I said, "Oh no, I just had that because I wanted you to like me. I needed you
to feel confident.
I want to feel confident. I need you to look at me. So now that we're here, I want to give you the real thing, baby." That ain't what I see. I know, but hey, see, if a man did that, a woman would look at him like he trash. I know this nigga that just played me, then had on a scrap. She gonna tell everybody. She gonna post it on social media. This man had a 12-inch scrap on and threw it over his shoulder and gave me the 4 inches he had left. So if it's foolish for a man to have an aesthetic penis, It is also really bad for women to wear light makeup, heavy makeup, in between makeup. Baby, let me see you. If you got 4 bumps on your face that make the Big Dipper, I don't care. I want to see them. Matter of fact, come here and give me some sugar. That's what I want to see. Don't cover nothing up from me. Don't hide nothing from me. I want to see. You got a bump on your ass? I want to see it. You got a mole on your chin? I want to see it. If you snort every time you laugh, I want to hear it. Let me see you, because you're the person I got to be with for the rest of my life. If I choose to be with you and marry you, I want to see you for you. All jokes aside, I want to see you for you, baby. I don't want to see no makeup, nothing. Because the only person you should be worried about to have something to say about you is daddy right here. I got you, baby. And I love what I see. You don't have to change nothing. What do you think about that, Archie and Alicia?
Well, some women have severe acne. Some women have eczema. Some women have eczema. I don't necessarily.
You know what? I don't care though, Archie. I want to see that zebra face.
I don't necessarily. Now, I'm in agreement with what you said. Okay, yeah. You don't want to wake up to somebody that's totally different from what you went before you went to sleep with them. That's wrong, and you might get hurt. You know, you probably will get hurt.
Who this nigga in this bed with me?
Yeah. You probably will get hurt. Woman. You know, dealing with the wrong person, but I don't necessarily have an issue with a woman that wears makeup. I know a lot of women like the lady said. What's your name again? What's her name?
Miss Jenny.
All right, Miss Jenny. Like what you said about feeling pretty. I have sisters and mother, and I have daughters also, and I have granddaughters. So they like to feel pretty, but a lot of it is the coveting. Like if that wasn't so popular right now, man, none of this stuff would be happening right now. If a lot of the stuff that's happening right now is just because it's trending. And if it was out of sight, it definitely would be out of mind. It's not good that our people are not addressing it enough to have our young women feeling better about themselves, because a lot of them have a lot of things that has happened in the homes, and a lot of them are dealing with a lot of mental issues. So even for young men that are dealing with, fast as you tell them to pull their pants up, they back pulling them down, and in a state of a mental state, a lot of those young men are really depressed. And I get it, but nothing, you screaming and hollering at them, it's not going to help them get out of the situation. Just like a woman that tries to alter her appearance because she feels that bad about herself. When you done went through all of these years of slavery and you've come out on this side and you hear these same people say that you're ugly and you're this, and you also hear from your parents, because a lot of parents were so cruel to their children, until we stuck with children that have been bruised by what the parents have said about them. You black, you ugly, you all kind of the statements. You hear how our people are.
You look just like your damn dad.
Come on, man. Let's stop beating around the bush, man. We tiptoeing around the truth now.
And that right there, and that sticks with that child. So a lot of it is childhood trauma that is making them have to cover up. And just like the hoodies, you see the young men that's all running around with these hoodies on in the summertime. It used to be a time we had pride about ourselves, and now it's almost as if it's being slowly stripped away from our youth, our children, and they don't have the pride, so they kind of like covering the world and closing the world out, and just covering up. We have to do something.
Well, you know what, Archie? You know what I tell? You know what I tell the young men? I'm gonna give you a coach. I'm gonna let you cook. You know what I tell my son? My son tried to wear his pants sagging one day. I almost removed his spinal cord. But let me tell you what happened.
You gave him a wedgie.
I'm telling you what happened.
Man, look.
Hey. After the situation, I said, you can't be like everybody else. You were not created to be a follower. And I need you to do me a favor. Get a pen and paper, and I want you to write the word sagging on the paper. He wrote it down. I say, now spell it backwards. What does it spell? Niggas.
Yeah.
So after that, I explained to him how that works, and I also explained to him what they use that for in prison. I say, Brother Strawberry would be knee deep up in your ass in prison because you got your pants sagging. He may make you hold his pocket and walk you around like the little boy girl you are. So we're not gonna do Bussy Chronicles around here. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. We're not gonna do no Bussy Chronicles around here. We're gonna pull your pants up. You're a young man, and we're gonna move in the way of a young man. I don't play those games. And my sons and my daughters are completely different. I love my babies. I hug my sons just like I hug my daughters, but we talk differently. And I tell my son, you know, I am the king of this kingdom. And at any point you want to rule the kingdom, in the wild kingdom, the son always comes to fight the daddy. And whoever wins remains the king. I said, if you ever feel like you want to try to be king of the kingdom, then come try. And I'm gonna put your ass in the damn concrete, and I'm gonna nurse you back to health, and I'm gonna say, you tried, son.
He almost got your ass that last time, though.
And you know he did. So I ain't gonna leave Archie and Alicia out of this. So let me tell you, me and my son, I told him, put the gloves on. He got a little older, got a little stronger, boy. He abbed up, cut up real, boy. He done got cut up on me. I said, put the gloves on. I'm finna show you, boy. He said, all right. He said, you want to do it? I said, yeah. I said,
he challenging you.
I said, let's go. Well, fuck about you getting mad. Let's go. And he put the gloves on. Who's in there mixing up? Boo, 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 boo. And you know me, I'm trying to show off. Oh. He caught me with one. Nigga.
Yeah.
Boy, I felt like a small Volkswagen had went in reverse over the back of my head.
Yeah.
But guess what happened? I told myself, I said, hang in there. Because if you fall,
you out of there.
If I fall, I lose my kingdom. If I fall, I lose my kingdom. I told him, hang in. I said, hang in my head. I said, hang in there. The whole room was spinning. But I said, hang in there, nigga. That nigga caught me with a good one. And then when I come back around, I shook that shit off. And I come back around, boy, it was over. It was over. He had pissed me off to the 10th hour.
You start beating him like a bass drum.
Boy, it was over. Because I couldn't put my feet. I'm not finna taunt him no more. He caught me with another one. Shit, it been good night, Charlie. I was out of there. That nigga had already took one of my legs. I had to fight it with the other.
Yeah, the baby
got one of your legs.
Here go Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett ain't shit. Shout out to Mr. Bennett. Here go Mr. Bennett. Well, shouldn't you be raising your sons to be stronger than you?
Yeah.
Ask me no shit like that, nigga. No.
Nigga still coming in my house.
Yeah. Then he gonna ask me the next day. Man, you ain't have to do all that, Daddy. I said, I still love you. He said, you were busy. He said, I gave you. And then nigga tell me to this day. He said, you know, I had favor on you. I said, I said, cause we can lace them up again, and I definitely gonna show you. Don't play with me. But anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. I know Alicia they killed us that laugh. So, but Alicia, go ahead and continue. Go back to what Lost in Translation said. What in the mind of these women make them want to look in the mirror and say, I'm not good enough? Because
I said it. And we've been talking about it on the panel too. It's the verbal abuse that a lot of them sustain from the person that's supposed to be the most important and protector, their parents. Because the women do it. Because I have heard them say, you old sorry little boy, you're gonna be real sorry.
Just like your
sorry daddy. Right. Yeah, I've heard that over and over again, you know. Yeah. And then when they say that, then they'll turn around and say, you look like you're little ugly, you know, it's just that's what it is.
You're black, you're ugly,
you're ugly. So then they go into this stuff. But again, it goes to acceptance.
But look, and also the girls, the daughters hear the mothers talk about the sons.
Right.
So,
exactly.
And then they say, you look just like your brother. Y'all look alike. But then, Mom, I hear you talking about how ugly my brother is because he look like his daddy.
That's what Ferg just said.
They learning that same hurt. Go ahead,
But
yeah.
but to your point, because I heard 3 men talk. Well, there's 3 guys here, right, that have daughters, right? And this is this is the fixture to the problems that we have. The fathers that are representing their families, you'll see a difference in how those children behave and act and grow up.
Right.
But the children who are raised with one parent, because regardless of how we look at it, when you look at the track record of young men or young women raised with the father, those children pretty much are above average thinkers.
That's right.
But when we have the children, like you all stated, that living with someone that hates the father, and he teaches that child, the problem is we don't have enough women holding those women accountable. And that's the thing. Men are getting it together, whether he had a father or not. At some point, the world go tell him, get your shit together, or you gonna be out there on the streets.
Yep.
Yeah.
And some brothers some brothers have to go through the system based off their dumbass decisions that their mama put them in to get out and now say, I'm gonna do better. So the solution has to go to those young minds who ain't got to that space yet, who ain't reached that puberty yet, who's still trying to say, I got a good heart, because by nature, we all got a good heart. We accept everybody but those that look like us. Yeah. We got a good heart. So the children's mind, those young people's minds, have to be given the word that you all are representing for the future.
Right.
And the sisters have to go to the sisters in unison, in a group, and sit down and say, girl, how can we make ourselves better? But I don't think most women have the guts to do it, because they will get attacked by their sisters. There are some that do it, and those women have very few women that come through there, except a woman who like Miss Jenny. And you can see over their history of their relationships, marriages, and children that those children are doing well. Now, we make excuses on the subjugation. We ain't go through shit our ancestors went through. They were so much together that we just adopted you because you was one of us. So all of this, today we have a lot more information, a lot more freedom, a lot more decisions. And as long as that feminist rhetoric is pushed to our poor Black women, they're going to continue to fight against everything that builds the community. It's not just the men. The men are put in a position regardless. Only one make excuses to say he ain't got no daddy in his life is the mama. He ain't got no daddy when the kid's on some BS. Let's be real. I work with a lot of these parents. As soon as that kid ain't on BS, it ain't, well, I ain't doing a good job, or I just let him do whatever. He ain't got no daddy, but the daddy 2 blocks over. You won't even let him go see him. Especially when his scrotum sac separate from his body, he has to connect with a man. Even if this ain't that good, man. Look, because a lot of women go to church. Why they don't take their kids to the pastor? Why they don't take it to the man in the church?
Because they fucking the pastor. Look, let me do these super chats real quick.
Yeah.
Yep, you said it.
CJ Wilkerson, $2. Did we fall short, or were we ever together? Thank you so much, CJ, for that. Also, CJ Wilkins came back with another 5-piece. He said, soon we must quit hiding behind the Bible and address the lack of accountability and fix things where we are now. We've talked without action long enough. All right, we got Information Man in the building, my boy. Information Man said peace and respect. Information Man, I know you told me to call you. I'm going to call you tomorrow, brother. Anton, $2. He said 4 words to remember. Black is always beautiful. CJ came back with a 2-piece, said Dennis Rodman to Ashanti. Hell the fuck no. He's right. Promote conscious parenting with the Harris. This is, man, listen. This is my dream show. Okay? I'm gonna tell y'all what my dream show is. Miss Jenny, Archie, Alicia, family values, Miss He Said, She Said.
All-star, man. All-star.
Oh! I just want them all on at one time with us. Oh my God. Especially especially family values. Her and her husband, boy,
Driscoll.
they be.
Shout out to Driscoll.
Man. Shout out to Driscoll, man. How many kids they got now?
Shit, is it 8, 7, or 8?
8? Yeah, they have them back to back. Back to back.
You can't leave out the king and me too. Shoot, they got a dope podcast too, man.
Who?
The King and Me, the guy we had on last week. They had a dope show, man, about women giving men compliments and stuff like that. On yesterday, it was good, man. Y'all should check that out.
Our Pain had a great show yesterday.
Yes, he did.
And I ain't never seen that many black women say they love black men in my goddamn life. Our Pain, I thank you. I ain't never seen that many. And them black women said, "I love you, black man." I said, "Where do you find these niggas at?"
You're on that island.
Well, look,
you clone them.
let me speak on that. You are absolutely right. There is not enough of us women that are out here pushing to love on our black men and teaching them how to be virtuous women and things of that nature. It is a small group of us, but we are hitting the social media platforms. We are pushing stuff. Just like I just pushed to tell them to close their legs, because that's the first issue right there. Why you out here having sex anyway and he ain't put a ring on it? So we're out here pushing it. It's just a small number of us, but I believe God is raising us up, because we do have to teach these women. We do have to teach these girls. We do have to, and not only teach them, but we have to walk it too. We have to walk it.
Alicia, you know who taught me everything I know?
Who?
Sexually.
Go ahead.
My 49-year-old godmother. She started fucking me when I was 12.
I believe it.
And I'm a motherfucking beast right now.
You know what? You ain't shit.
You ain't shit.
Say it again. Oh, my word.
Goddamn millennials, boy, I tell you.
And again, that's the reason we gotta be out here with some real women. That's the reason we have to have some real women out here.
She was a real woman. She was a real, listen
Nothing
to me.
about her was real.
Listen, I go hug her grave when I go home.
Nothing about her was a real woman.
She's gone on to be with the Lord, but I went on hugged her grave. When I went home, I grabbed her head. I was like, "Thank you."
She was a straight predator. That's straight wicked.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. I want to open the casket up and see if I can get in there one more time.
Man, let me explain something to y'all, man. Y'all don't realize that. I think we'll probably be in a better place if we told women the truth. You know what I mean? From time to time, we need to get away from what other people say. I'll give you an example. From time to time, I watch Red Note, which is the Chinese version of TikTok. Do y'all know that they're little Asian girls walking around with afros?
Yeah.
They want to be sisters, but you'll never see that on the news because that don't benefit them selling their products over here. You know what I'm saying? Believe it or not, the rest of the women in the world want to be black women, but they never tell you that. They never show you that on TV. Think about it. They go get the BBLs. They go get their lips done. You know what I'm saying? They go get the little afros. I ain't never seen a little cute little Asian chick with a little afro. I'm like, that's so cute. But you would never know it because they don't ever show it. So that's the main reason why I like to immerse myself in other people's cultures to figure out exactly what's really going on. And believe it or not, if we told our sisters that they are actually the standard, then I don't think they would probably go around trying to be somebody else. They will go around and try to be themselves because they are the prototype.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
But they
That's
don't,
it.
But what's wrong though? Like when you look in the mirror, what's wrong? Like let me tell y'all something. Oh, is she listen? Listen, there's this young lady in my job. Okay. I'm trying to talk real low. And she's very professional. And she come in, she wear her real hair, no makeup. She fine. Oh, she rough as a night in jail. She fine as shit. And all the girls in the office hate on her. I listen to it every day. Look at her. She thinks she fine. Oh, look at her. Oh, I guess because she go to the gym, she thinks she the shit. Oh, look at her. Oh, I guess how she keep her hair not to keep frizzy like that. It's the humidity. They ain't fucking with her hair. It must be fake. And she don't say nothing. Sometimes she hear him, she'll say nothing. She walk right past her. She don't say nothing. All the girls that's talking, blonde hair, burgundy hair, long ass fingernails. They hate, and I'm gonna say this because I know this ain't gonna be sexy. Don't nobody hate on black women like black women.
Man.
That's
Absolutely
facts.
true.
That's facts.
Look at that bitch. That's what you hear. Look at that bitch. She thinks she everything. Ho.
Gotta ask why that is, though. The origin of why that is.
They hate each other. They do. They hate each other.
Why
Alicia,
was
have you
that
ever
hate?
seen a black woman pass by you and you say that ugly bitch?
Why has that been put in us to do?
Alicia, you ain't never done that, Alicia. Stop it. We ain't always
No,
been holding now.
no, that's
Ain't
not
got
my
nothing to do
character.
with slavery.
That's not my character. I didn't pick up on those traits. Didn't. I've always been a uplifter. I was the one always saying, girl, you pretty, you beautiful. Even as a kid, I was never that child.
Okay, hold on. One more thing, guys. The other person I want to have on that panel with us, I'm gonna make it happen, is this one right here. Honey Wisdom.
It's my girl.
We ain't seen her in a minute either. Hey, Sugarfoot. She done moved and got rich and ain't told nobody. We love you, girl. But yeah, I just, I think we're just in a bad situation right now. I went to see my daughter play. She plays AAU basketball. Went to San Antonio this weekend. We'll be going to Austin this weekend, and after that, Miami. And the girls at these games. First of all, I got kicked out the game. I got to tell y'all what happened. But these girls at the games they're 14 years old. This is the area my daughter played in, 14, 15-year-old. Girls got sleeves, tattoo sleeves, on their legs, on their arms, tattoos on their necks. And I'm like, what the fuck are their parents? So, because to get these tattoos, they got to have their parents' permission. So why are these girls at 14 years old look like goddamn street signs? They look like graffiti on the wall. And I'm looking at them, I'm like, damn. Like these girls are like they just got off at Home Depot and came right up there to play basketball. You know, and I'm like, damn, I wonder why they didn't corrupted these girls. They look so damn masculine. But then, that's one thing. Let me tell you, I got kicked out. Mr. Bennett, no, I think I put it in the text. I told y'all. I sent y'all the picture. Y'all get the picture? JT, you get the picture? Did you get the picture?
Yeah, I got it.
I got it. I got it.
So my daughter was about to play the championship game. They made it to the championship. And somebody whispered in the background that there were 3 trans boys on the team that my daughter was about to play. I ain't saying nothing. But there was 3 trans boys on the team, and nobody said anything. I'm looking for the fathers to say something, the mamas to say. Nobody said anything. So right before tip-off, I walked right in the middle of the court. And I said, my daughter will not be participating in this championship game because those are boys. And the man said, no, they are identifying as girls. I said, I don't give a fuck. I said, they're boys. My daughter's not playing. He said, security. And security came over. I said, sir, you're not a real officer. If you touch me, I'm going to beat your ass. And they asked,
that sounds about right.
And they asked, yeah, I try not to do this. And then they said, you have to leave, sir, before we call the real police. I said, I don't care. My daughter's not playing. My daughter was sitting over there about in tears, damn near. And all of a sudden, the parents backed me up. I looked over my shoulder. Here come them black daddies. Hey, what's going on here? I said, them boys right there, them boys.
Them boys.
And they end up sitting the boys down. I sent y'all the picture. When they sat them down, I sent y'all the picture of the 3 little boys who identify as girls. And they made them sit down for the championship, but they still put my black ass out.
They say your ass still gotta go.
Like, man, a win is a win.
Yep, because they said I shouldn't have interrupted. I mean, right before when the ball went up in the air, it came back down in my hand.
Black man walking his ass up on the goddamn.
Hey, that's what you have to do sometimes. You can't sit around and keep allowing this shit to keep happening.
Yeah, you're not playing against my daughter.
Watch.
Because the first time your son go up and knee my daughter in the head and I know he a boy, I'm going to send my son out there to beat his ass. I'm going to tell my son beat the shit out of him. So y'all don't want, and I told the security guard that. I said, he said, no, they're going to play. I said, sir, if they play and he foul my daughter hard or hit my daughter, my son is here. My sons are here. I'm going to sick my sons on. My son's going to beat their ass. It's simple as that. I promise you, my son will tear this bitch up. And so I don't want it to be weird in here. Okay.
Look out, brothers. We got to get off in them. I appreciate the dialogue, and I understand we got to have dialogue. We have to have open dialogue. So it's not that my information is absolute. It's open for a discussion. I'm not trying to bash anybody or anything like that, but I am going to always bring us back to the origin of the things. So that's my thing, is trying to keep us focused on why these things are really happening spiritually. If it happened in the spiritual, it happens in the physical. So that's my thing, is trying to make it make sense from the word of God and the Quran and any other holy book that you think you got. Bring it, and we can bring out the truth of it. But I appreciate every one of y'all, man. We'll talk.
All right, man. We'll see you. Yeah, we'll talk. And I'm gonna try to make one of those studies, man, because I want to come and see what y'all talking about.
Please do. Please do.
For sure.
Please do.
If my daughter had no game, because she plays during the week, so I'm busy daddy during the week. That's why y'all don't see me but Tuesdays and Fridays. But we have a show every day. But yeah, I'll be with my kids. But if I can make it's Wednesdays, right?
On Fridays.
On Fridays.
Oh shit, barbershop. What time y'all?
At 7.
What time at 7?
It started at 7.
I could probably come at 7. I'm gonna try to talk Lost in Translation to come in over there with me.
Yeah.
And we can get in there.
But
y'all go, listen, y'all have a good night. Go pour y'all a glass of wine. Do a grown folks do over there. And y'all have a good night.
Y'all be good.
Good night.
For sure.
Black man, check this out. I want to show you something, man. I was telling you about the little Asian chicks with the afros. I want y'all to see this for y'all self. Sure. Because I don't think our sisters have an opportunity to see this. I'm telling you, women want to be sisters. Now watch this.
Yes, Nubian queen. I don't have anything else to say. How did you do that?
Do it again.
Now look at that. She spent time getting ready to be a sister. Y'all think we playing?
Shiniqua
is trying to show y'all something.
Love you long time.
Oh no,
man! Look, sisters, y'all doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yes, Nubian queen.
Now you have that, and then you have this.
You know what though, black man? She actually looks. She just was making herself look ugly.
Yeah, you know what, JT? God damn it, JT! I was gonna say the same thing.
Yeah,
say the same thing.
Yeah, she was making herself look. Look, she had to frown up. I think she's attractive right there.
Nasty old man, JT.
Yeah.
We can
I beg your pardon.
That makeup can go to hell.
Good
that makeup can go to hell. I guarantee you, she cool to wake up to.
I got one more for you, JT. Here we go. Hold on a second.
대박. 이거 자체로 레기한 것 같지 않아요?
맞아, 타고 칭찬받았어요.
근데 털색 부분이 남아있긴 한데 확인차 물어봐야 될 정도로 별로 좋아요.
생각보다 없네. 누울까요? 어떡해. 이 순간이 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
맞아요. 머리 할 때는
네, 맞아.
샴푸.
좀 이렇게 나오게. 어떡해! 대박! 진짜 너무 예쁜데요?
예뻐요?
네.
근데 진짜로
대박.
되게 잘한 것 같아요.
See, my whole thing is this: if Asian women think black women has beautiful, how come they don't?
Man, it's
come on, man.
And this the craziest part though, Lost. Our women will put a wig on top of that. If they hair look like what she just got done,
that's right.
They'll put a wig on top of that. That's what's crazy to me.
Yeah, you're right. CJ Wilkes, $2. He said, Lucy Lou better relax, my boy. All right now.
That's my girl, Lucy Lou. That's my
Hey,
girl.
I love some Lucy Lou, boy. That's my baby right there. I love some Lucy now.
I think, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say to Lost, man, he was that girl. It went. Think about this, and this is a shame to say that JT was absolutely 100% right. It's some girls that have beautiful hair that will take a wig and put their wig on top of their beautiful hair, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. I'll just say something to your point, Benny. I don't think. Listen, I figure this. If I want to start making a lot of money, I'm gonna start talking to you ninjas. I'm gonna go talk to the ladies. Believe me, I'm gonna be a simping, smooth talking brother because they gonna pay the bay. But I don't think women do enough. Yeah, I don't think women do enough studying about their own hair, about their own bodies and things like that.
Yeah,
because like you said, and this is what's crazy. Wherever they were, they'll emulate that style of sisters, and then they'll sell it right back to the sisters.
Yep.
Ain't that a bitch? Yes,
and the sisters, they don't understand that their hair is their crown, though. A sister's hair is their crown. That's why our hair go towards the sun. We the only people that hair really go towards the sun, like in its most natural state. But living in this modern Hollywood life delusion, they emulate that because they're not listening to men say, hey, we'll take you natural. If a woman's pretty in the face, got a nice body, she can have hair like me and get a man. But again, they don't. It's like it's really a generational thing where women teach the girls not to love themselves because they strip their hair of the nutrients too early. This is my last thing. A woman's hair can grow 6 inches a year with proper treatment, proper nurturing of the hair. 6 inches a year, 3 or 4 years, you have 24 inches of hair. A weave is 28, 24 inches. But it takes discipline to, wash it and treat it right. And most women ain't got time for that. They got
it's laziness. It's like you ask most women, why do you wear weave? Because I don't feel like getting up in the morning doing my hair.
But they'll get up 2 hours early and put on makeup.
Yep.
Makes no sense.
Yep. Yeah. And a white girl sitting over there saying, send all those little black men to me. I'll take them.
Now, you remember in the 80s, man, white women used to wear them perms. They had them little white afros. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm telling you, the sisters, they want to be the sisters bad, man.
Yeah.
And then curvy, I'm telling you, man, it's only one. I work in a huge office, but there's only one in there that's just, I think she related to Christ. She is bad. Nothing, no blemishes, no face, skin smooth, just beautiful smile, well-spoken, educated, very humbled black woman. And I say, her husband, I'm telling you, I shook his hand. I said, brother, hey, you found your woman on the planet behind Uranus, because this woman don't exist anywhere else. She don't never have nothing bad to say when the women are in little groups talking shit. She don't never be a part of those conversations. She always minding her fucking business. She work out. You can tell she's a workout. She's a goddamn gym rat, and she work out every day. When we leave the office, they got a glass right there, and you see her in on the treadmill getting that shit. Like she just, she's a good one. And
it takes time, man, to take care of yourself, man. And I think that when you're busy, trying to do other stuff like go to brunch and hang out with the chicks and all this other stuff, it takes time. The other day I was on TikTok and I was watching this chick named Fox. She's a friend of mine. And she was doing her hair. She started doing her hair around about 5 or 6 o'clock. I looked up, it was 11 o'clock at night and she was just not getting done with her hair. She was steaming her hair. She was taking care of her. And when she got through, the hair was so shiny. I was like, that's probably the reason why a lot of sisters don't do that. It's because it takes time. They don't have the time. They're too busy trying to be boss chicks, and street chicks in the streets and stuff, instead of taking care of themselves, and getting in that word and being a better person. They'd rather look like a better person than be a better person. And I think that's the disconnect. And the fellas are telling them, hey, that ain't what we want. And, and the girls give them what the guys want right then on the spot and go about their business, but they don't turn them into wives. They just use them for recreation and that's it. And I think that's a shame.
Now, Anton, thank you for the $2, man. He said 3 words: blame the colonizers. Let's see. Now, I want to say this because moving forward after this show, we're about to end the show, but Friday we're going to talk about selective manhood, and the reason for that is I was watching Sharon's show. Yeah, I'm gonna say his name, Sharon. I was watching Sharon's show, and Sharon said that Anthony Mackie, what he said to his sons about being the man of the house when he's not there and protecting their mom and opening doors for women, all the stuff that he said to his boys or how he raising his boys is why we got so many sassy ass niggas out here right now. And I don't know if y'all heard what Anthony Mackie said, but Anthony Mackie said that he teaches his boys that when he's not there, you're the man of the house. Make sure all the doors are locked before you go to bed. Make sure your mama don't have to do anything around the house that you can do. Make sure that you open doors for your mother. Make sure you open doors for women. You know, he just went on this whole thing about how he raises boys. And Sharon said that niggas are sassy because of the way that he is, and he's following a white man's regimen on how to raise their son, because a black man should never tell his son that he's...
You talking about the sassiest nigga on YouTube?
He said you should never tell your son that he's the man of the house.
What was... Okay, that's why he said that? Well, first of all, I mentioned that. I showed that clip yesterday on my show. As a matter of fact, tell people to go back on a replay on my show. There's a lot of good shit on there. But yeah, he's just, I mean, Sharon's an asshole for a lot of stuff. He, you know, just almost repeating it gives him more juice than he should get.
Yeah.
That's the most thing I ever heard.
Yeah, and the women on his show turned on him because it was like, no, I agree with him. And Venus, shout out to Venus. Venus said, and normally they agree, they lock in step. And Venus had to say to him, no, what she said, when we finally get a man who married, got kids, raising his son, successful, not no baby daddy, when he get to talking about how he raising his sons, it's niggas like you that just bring up shit to try to lower what this man's trying to teach his boys. And she said, I don't fucking agree with you.
There you go.
How else is supposed to get training, man, if you don't train them? How else are they supposed to get training how to be a man if you don't train?
He said that 15-year-old boy, because Anthony's son is 15. He said 15-year-old boy should not have the responsibility to protect the damn house when you're not there.
He's such an asshole.
But you know what? That's actually showing the young men how to respect women.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think that's the issue that we have today. We don't have enough guys respecting women, man, and I think that's the problem.
I used to go grocery shopping with my father used to send me, even if my mom didn't want me to go. My father used to send me with her, and I, 14, 15 years old, go with your mama, right? And he didn't tell me to go with her so I can tag along. Told me to go with her so I can protect her.
Here's the deal, though.
15.
But JT, think about it, JT. It's not because he thought you was going to be some champion.
Right.
Because most likely nothing's going to happen, but he put something in you that that you could carry into adulthood. That's what that was about.
That's what it was about.
And I'm not nowhere near beefing with Sharon, because I would like to have this conversation with him if you want to come over Friday. However, I put in a check for Sharon, just as an example. I said, if my wife was out grocery shopping and you came and disrespected my wife, my 17-year-old son will beat the fuck out of you. My 17-year-old son is a dog with them hands. My son will beat the fuck. My son will give you a run for your motherfucking money if you touch his mama. But you know what I'm saying? So I ain't trying to hear no 17-year-old. He told me I can't no 17-year-old fight with no grown man. Shit, my 17-year-old son finna give it to you. And if you whoop him, you gonna whoop him, but he ain't gonna let you fuck with his mama. That's for damn sure. I'm gonna tell you that now.
But he's definitely a guy that is purposely and willfully obtuse, and we already understand that. So you can't take him serious because
JT, this is what he said. He said, "What if you ain't got no sons?
No, but
so you gonna tell your only daughter she's the man of the house?"
This is where, because I seen that conversation, I seen a little bit of it, and you had a woman, or was it you that sent the super chat, but it was the question.
It was OG J Speed came up. That's what made me watch it. Cause OG J Speed went up there, and they completely wasn't trying to hear what he had to say. And JC was trying to tell them this is how we raise our boys, and they was like, "No, that's fuck shit."
But this is the thing with him. The question was asked: if who would you have to protect your child? Would it be Black Man, Unfiltered, or Venus? Venus asked the question, and he said, "I asked Venus." So that shows that he was like, and he was trying to be, and it got to the point where I was just like, "Yeah, you can't take him serious." Even Venus was like, "What?" She was like,
and she went back and said, so some dudes pulled up automatically with some guns, and me and Black Men Unfiltered standing outside.
Which one would you rather?
Which person do you want to protect your child? He said, "You, Venus."
So yeah, it's kind of
Man, you can't do nothing with that, man.
You can't do nothing with him. Yeah, I was like, man, get the hell out of here.
Yeah, he was that willfully.
But y'all know what else happened? Y'all know what happened? Brownsville came up. Shout out to Brownsville. Brownsville came up and said this and disagreed. He said, "Cuz, I'm disappointed in you. I'm disagreeing with you today." He said, "This man is training his sons." And he went in and told Sharon, and he went in on Sharon for about 5 minutes. And he said, "I disagree with you, cuz. I disagree with you." So now the combatant name, lost in translation, the combative name now is, they talk about the Rim brothers. But we got this, and I told Sharon, I say, "Sharon, this is the reason why so many men are becoming soggy bottom boys."
Oh wow.
Because we're not training them anything.
Soggy bottom boys.
Yeah, yeah.
That's so good.
So yeah. So a lot of them boys, you talking about sassy because they're getting structure? Oh no. These boys becoming sassy because nobody's saying nothing to them. And their mama talking about, "Don't touch my son, leave my son alone, put your hands on my son." But my son, like I said, he booked, and after that, I had no more problems with him. And I got 2 more. My baby boy, Javian. I see it in his eyes. He got a little fire in him, but I got an extinguisher for that ass. You know what I'm saying? I see it in his eyes. I see it. Yeah. He's 12. He about to be 13. I see it in his eyes. One day he gonna try me. All sons try to buck up on their daddies. They all do. Lost, did you try to buck on your daddy before?
Once.
At least one time.
What happened? What happened, Lost?
When I woke up on Tuesday.
I'll never forget my daddy hit me in the head with a rubber hammer. I'll never forget that shit. Like he had told me he was using a rubber hammer for something. He was knocking the damn thing back in the window or something. And he said, "Take that in there." I said, "Man, I'm tired, bro. Damn. I don't want to take it in there." I'll say, "Bro, don't ask me to do nothing else today." And he said, I said, "What?" And he said, "Boop," with that fucking rubber hammer. Shit, that nigga hit me so hard, I think I shitted on myself.
I tried to buck up against my father. I was one of those damn refrigerator magnets. He bit me up against that.
Right. You don't know old man strength until your daddy put his hands on you. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
And they test you because before me and my son had that little boxing thing. Before that, my son had tried me we was at Quick Trip getting gas. And he was like, "Yeah." And he tried to test my strength, like, "Yeah, I got you." He had me like this. And I said, he said, "Oh." I said, "I told you. Hey, nigga, I'm not 70. What you think this is, nigga?" I put his ass up there by the premium gas. See, don't play with me, nigga.
And you know who really got some old man strength? Your granddaddy.
Shit.
Man, I don't know what it is. Their bones are made out of rock. Something. You know what I'm saying?
And they got
man,
like this.
Man, them old balled up knuckles look like they've been punching concrete.
BMU is raising sheepdogs. Thank you for the $2 super chat, man. I appreciate it, boy. So yeah, we're gonna do selective manhood on Friday. It should be great. It should be a good one. It really should be a good one.
Hey, Black man, you remember that show on used to come on PBS called This Old House?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they keep having all these BBL jokes, we have to start our own show called These Old Cheeks. You know what I'm saying?
Come on in, Susie. You remember those cheeks?
Fixing up these old cheeks. You know what I'm saying?
These cheeks right here.
We
got.
got
Is them 1995 cheeks? Look at the serial number. Hold your ass up.
Exactly. These old cheeks. Come on in, man. Let's get you straight now.
We're getting ready to close the showdown, and we didn't even talk about the life of Vivica A. Fox.
We got a show for her. I told you it's gonna be called These Old Cheeks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, these old cheeks. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. These old cheeks. But a lot of women, shout out to our couple that came tonight again. A lot of women don't. When I sent this to Anissa, shout out to Anissa. Anissa thought about it. I sent her the thing link. She said she'll be here, and then she thought about that bun on the back of her head. She said, "No, I ain't going."
Gonna put a ponytail on that thing. Come on in, man.
She gonna text me tomorrow. I'm at a dinner date. I ain't gonna be able to make it, nigga.
Listen, you tell Anissa, I don't want. Listen, you tell Anissa, I don't want to have her go on these 30 and 40-year engagements. I want to go to the wedding. You know what I'm saying? We love being engaged.
Immediately.
I want to see some weddings.
So one of the things I want to talk about Friday, but I'm gonna ask you guys. I'm gonna talk to you. I'm just gonna put a little thing out here right now. Pause. Do y'all know who Willie Moore Jr. is?
No.
Willie Moore Jr. That sounds familiar. Oh yeah, I know Willie Moore.
He got a podcast. He always said flat out.
Flat out.
Flat out.
I felt it in my shanana. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So Willie Moore Jr., him and his wife got a divorce?
Stop playing.
No, he posted, nigga. Hold on, he posted it. I screenshot it.
Who is he?
Oh, hold on, let me show you Willie Moore Jr. real quick. Hold on. This is Willie Moore, right? Because if y'all see him, y'all gonna know who he is.
Yeah, I know exactly who it is. He used to be all on Facebook back in the day, man.
All right, this is him right here. Let me pull him up. This is Willie Moore.
You gotta hit the sound, black man.
Joke that ain't that funny, but then you catch, you be like, oh, that's kind of funny. It's an ice cream. Well, on the show, it's designed for people who've been through hurts, habits, breakups, and divorce, and their journey to loving themselves again. So whether you've been hurt by your mom, but the truth is, I realized that more fathers have to step up to the plate, because I got a lot of information from the neighborhood that wasn't really valid, not in where I was going.
That's right.
So don't get me wrong, I can speak from a genuine place because of my experiences, but there were some experiences that God had nothing to do with, that he had to rescue me from.
See, that's Willie Moore right there.
Okay.
So him and his wife, which she is gorgeous. Let me show you. If she's still on there, she probably wiped her.
They kind of wiped it clean.
Yeah, she probably not. Yeah, she's not on here. So anyway, so after 15 years of marriage, he posted this morning. He said, family, after 2 years of counseling, 1 year of separation, and 1 year of divorce proceedings, our family has gone through many changes. Many of you have speculated and even reached out to us to pray. I really appreciate the outpouring of private love and support. I want to say that I really appreciate the amazing memories my family shared with you guys, the impact we made on many couples, and the example we set for many around the world. Thank you so much for those who have watched our family grow for many years. Making a decision to file for divorce from my wife after 15 years was one of the hardest decisions I ever had to make in my life. He said, as we go through this difficult process, please pray for us that God can get the victory in the moment, and so on and so forth.
You know what this feels like? It just feels like a bunch of damn funerals.
Yep. He talked about it. He said that him and his wife went to counseling, marriage counseling, and the counselor said that there's a broken little boy inside of him who needs to be healed, and there's a broken little girl inside of her that needs to be healed. And the majority of women and men who have broken pieces inside of them. And he said, as he went to heal that little boy, the psychiatrist told the therapist told him that he need to share those things with his wife and open up to his wife about those things.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he healed that little boy. He said, but the bad thing about it is his wife kept a record of all that. So when she was angry, she regurgitated that information back out to him, which caused him to go through a traumatic experience again for what he had been through, because he's adopted. And he said he experienced a lot of abuse in foster care as a child.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife would use that as a weapon against him.
You know what, black man, that goes about what you went viral for, man. If you ever use something against a man, he'll never get over it.
Yep.
I remember the day you put that out there.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy, man. So when you have a wife and you tell her something and she get mad and say, well, that's why you was in foster home getting touched by grown men.
Mm-hmm.
That's some fucked up shit, bro.
You know how much flack I get when I tell people that? I don't tell my wife everything. We've been married for a long fucking time, man. I told guys, man, some things you just don't need to share. It doesn't matter because you've been married. You can't have your wife looking at someone. It doesn't mean you have a good marriage if you don't share everything. You know, it's crazy. I mean,
but if it's something as serious as your childhood, though, Arpin, like you went through a traumatic experience, she should know that now.
No. Well, hold on for a second. Even with that, right? There's ways to parse out information where you don't have to get down to the nitty gritties. Now, you want to say it's not about me telling her; it's about whether you trust her not to use it against you.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
So the fact is, yeah, you could trust somebody, but why even put it out there if you don't have to? If it's not germane to you being healed, like you can, if you're going to tell me you can't be healed unless you confess everything that happened to you to your wife, I disagree with that.
You know what, Arpin? I'm in agreement with you, man. I think some things you take to God, you don't take to your wife.
Yep.
Right.
I'm a firm believer that, man, because sometimes people can't handle the real you, man.
Really?
You know, a lot of times I used to think if you can't tell your wife this, and she probably don't need to be your wife. Well, sometimes, you know, people can't handle, you know, the real you. You know, you got to give them the part that they can accept.
Especially if you think you're healed. Like for me, I mean, it's not gonna have any real big, deep, dark secrets from my wife. But listen, even when I don't have, even if it's benign, you know, like for example, I've worked for like 38 years. I don't remember any time when I came home and told my wife anything about my job and some of the troubles I was going through. The only thing I ever told about my job when I was up for the next promotion.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. She didn't need to know any of the sausage making and all that shit.
Balls.
You know, yeah, that's right. Sausage making. She didn't need to hear any of that. You know what I'm saying? So the point I'm saying is we got to be judicious in what we tell our women.
Yeah.
Because we know the nature of women is that they're like elephants. They don't forget shit. They just don't. And so they'll come up with some obscure stuff they heard like 800 years ago. You forgot about. Yeah. And they'll verbatim, whether it's malicious or not, it's always in their memory bank. I mean, I don't know, man. It's just me, man. I just think that sometimes, you know, with this new wave of thinking, people think that we need to share everything with women. We don't. We just don't.
Right, but I'm gonna go back to what Tommy B said. Tommy B said, if I can't come home, he said it's not gonna be an everyday thing. He said, but if I can't come home and lay my head in your lap and tell you about my day, I don't fucking need you.
I would debate him on that. I would debate. Listen, my day.
I understand where he's coming from.
I know where he's coming from, but I would debate him on that. I would still debate him on that on a different level. I'm not saying he was wrong, but every man doesn't need that kind of compliment.
Hold on, Arpin. You call it coddling, but I'm gonna tell you something. There are some women out there in the world today that you don't have to say shit. When you walk in the door, she's gonna say, "Baby, what's wrong?"
I agree with that.
She gonna know that aura, and you gonna lie to your wife? Oh, nothing, baby, I'm good.
Oh, they gonna find out. If you know anything about women, they gonna find out.
Why? And then she gonna ask you, why I gotta be the last one to know that at your job somebody tried to fucking play you? Like, why you gotta tell me why I gotta know last?
You know what, man? I hear what you're saying. We're pausing on different circumstances, right? Right. It depends on how much you wear on your sleeve as a man. It really does. So every man is not. I'm not trying to fit every man into the box that I live in.
Yeah.
Like, for me, what has been effective is that I parse out the information that I need to parse out. It's not like my wife doesn't know almost everything about me. She anticipates a lot of stuff. But I mean, I just say that if you show too much weakness to your wife,
yeah, for sure.
when she needs you, she might try to protect you from the shit that's going on because she thinks you might not be able to handle that on top of everything you just told her. You know, so I don't think that's good either.
I think we definitely got to be careful what we do, and it is catered to what relationship that you're in and what type of woman that you're in that relationship with. So I'm on our Payne's side when it comes down to that because again, they will use a lot of those things against you. Period.
Can I give you guys a case in point? A real life case in point that happened between me and my wife within the last 3 months. The car that we bought had some issues, so we took it back a couple of times to the dealer. So we got it back because we thought it was fixed, but then she got an emergency brake thing, like stop this shit right away. She came home, we had dinner, we hooked up, and the next day she drove that car to the dealership on her own without telling me about the emergency brake thing.
Wow.
So she's at the dealership. The goddamn brake lights are saying, stop immediately. I said, you drove that shit to the dealership? You never told me about it? She said, well, I didn't want to bother you. I said, are you kidding me? Yeah, I said, you did tell me because you knew that if you would have told me that when you was home, I would have never let you drive that shit to the car dealership. So she said, well, I know, I just didn't want to burden you with that. I can handle that. I said, no. Do those shit like that again.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We would have just had the shit towed. I wouldn't let you drive it there. I said, you got there. Thank God nothing happened. But she was worrying about whether I would say, well, you got a few things on your plate. I said, well, shit, I'm retired. I got no goddamn thing on my plate. Are you kidding me?
Okay, you should have told her, you my plate. You on my plate.
That's exactly right. I stopped short of saying, well, who's going to bring my food if you get hurt? I didn't say that, but I'm just joking.
Right.
I mean, sometimes you can't just, sometimes even in their submission, they could go overboard.
Yeah.
So I said, no, don't be trying to protect me from no shit. If the shit's blinking light, don't try to stop.
Right.
I'm not gonna just drive this shit to the dealership. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
So I mean, anyway. So
I think to all of y'all's point, man, I would think that if there was an issue that happened outside of my home, right, and it's something that would deal with my emotions, like a loss of a parent or something like that, and I was really emotional about it, I think in that moment, I believe my wife would be 1,000% like, come here, she'll probably be crying with me, but in a situation where our Payne said something to me silly at work and shit, and I had to, my supervisor told me to do some shit that wasn't assigned to me. I don't see me coming in the house breaking down, oh, baby, didn't happen, didn't work today. She'll probably look at me like, get your little punk ass up, man. What did you say? But I think, so it's a difference, and I can see a major difference in, I guess, truly understand.
Culturally is different.
Yeah, but, there's a really big, I couldn't see myself coming to my father like that. The world is just kicking my ass, and I just don't see some of those things. But BMU, you said it earlier. You said it earlier, right? And I think this holds true. Finding a wife, a woman who is prepared to be a wife, is probably the most difficult thing any man could do.
Yeah.
And I think people dismiss that like it ain't nothing. Why come all the women ain't beautiful and submissive to me? But if you go into that word, it's saying it's very rare.
Yeah.
And when you find her, she's going to do everything to enhance your life.
Yeah.
She's not even going to take away. Her resources are totally different. Like our Payne like to get that plate made. My wife offered that to me every time she cooked. At the time, I'd be like, no, I'm good right now. Well, just let me know when you do. Then sometimes she get mad. I want to fix your plate. I'm like, well, baby, let me watch the game, get the halftime or something. But it wasn't like I was running into those type of women every day. And I didn't waste time with women just because they could give me some cheeks. But then, even if we meet on Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, she's busting it wide open. I wasn't expecting her to really be a wife and how she treated me. And she ain't called me when I called her the next day, then I wasn't going to call her back till she reached out to me. You know, I wasn't pressing a woman. And I think sometimes that's where guys get it misconstrued. Everyone we meet, they're not even meant to be in our lives.
That's
so
true.
Don't hold on to how they move, because they're going to let you know how they move, whether they like you or not. Like our friend said, they like elephants. Everything that you did, they going to remember that shit. The shit that they did, they forget that shit in their sleep.
Oh, they math is crazy.
But let me add one
never
thing.
carry the
That's one thing that Coach Frank said. My wife likes giving me a plate because every so often on Sunday, I cook a major meal that I put on Facebook and stuff. And, you know, that I do everything, the whole preparation from scratch. So, and then I have the table set. We sit around the table as a family. I bring it all out. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a quid pro quo, but she understands that it's not a gender role for her to want to make the food, bring me a plate. It's just that something she just does. And then not in return, but something I like to do is cook also. But it's on a special day. We sit down as a family and we talk about it. But I make everything.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't have no problem doing that because I've been cooking ever since I was in college.
Exactly.
You know, forget about it. So it's nothing for me.
I don't want you to miss what Trey Ferg just said. Right. And I think a lot of times guys, they come into spaces like this and they hear guys say, get your money, get your weight up, get all this other stuff up. But at the end of the day, they don't tell you to get your mind up. I'm going to tell you why. If you elevate your thinking, then the women who qualify for you will automatically disappear and you don't have to deal with that. Everybody don't qualify to be in your area. Just because she can give you some cheeks, don't deserve she need to be in your presence. You know? True. And my thing is, I think we really need to be honest with guys and tell them the whole story instead of just saying, go get your money. Because if they get their money, they're still ill prepared. They're just a fool with money. And they get used by the same women that shouldn't even be in a sphere of atmosphere anyway. So Trey Ferg, you're absolutely correct, man. Be a better man. So therefore you'll attract a better woman. And then all this other stuff won't even qualify and you won't even entertain it. You'll be focused solely on the one particular woman that does qualify you, and it'll keep you from making mistakes along the way. So Trey Ferg, that was a great point. And I just wanted to make sure everybody paid attention to that. Because sometimes wisdom don't jump out and slap you in your face. Sometimes you got to call it out and say, hey, look, y'all need to listen to what Trey Ferg just said.
It's kind of dope too, Lost, that the way that men, when we're striving to be better men, right, we kind of like caterpillars. We do it our own. We grab everything to eat. We build the cocoon around ourselves. You know what I'm saying? That's why for the majority of us, it's nothing. We are fine with being by ourselves at times, right? That's one of the things. That's why, you know, when I tell people, when I start doing things like studying and being quiet, man, I have days where I don't really say too much of anything. That's why I can get on this panel, man, and sometimes I can just keep going because I done read, I done looked, observed, I done grabbed the things I needed to get for my own personal, you know, involvement. And some people would be like, "What, you okay?" I'm like, I'm absolutely okay. I'm in a progress of building for the next level, or whatever it is. So that's the thing. And, you know, when you have that woman that's there and you're living with her, and I know sometimes our pain, that there's been times where you be like, I just want to be by myself, right? And it's nothing particularly wrong with me. It's just, you know, once you figure out why, you know what I'm saying, then you'll be like, no, I'm at work right now. I'm going to work right now. You know what I'm saying? Because you're working on yourself. Because the world is so crazy out here. We got to keep our mental together. And I think that is right. I just don't want people to keep buzzing that because somebody experienced something in life that they're just automatically traumatized. That's where we have the problem at. there are things that will bother us or things that will get us to a point where we're not functioning properly, and all we need is to tune up. Everybody don't need to be going to extensive therapy and things like that. We just got to understand it and listen to our body, and that's where spirituality comes from. That's where knowing that there's a higher being than yourself. That's where, you know what I'm saying, getting that understanding is where we are at. All that other stuff, man, sometimes you let somebody tell you there's something wrong with you. You take this pill because something is wrong with you. Everybody is traumatized. No, people just got shit going wrong with them. Now, you got some people that are, but it's giving them a disservice when everybody is having the same ailments. You get what I'm saying? So I think that these are the things, that's why I like having these conversations with us. And it teaches us patience too. The conversations we have, man, this shit is, we struggle sometimes when some shit is getting at us. Yeah. And so we have to, you know what I'm saying, be able to work things out. That's another part of the process of us being wise men also.
That's right. Absolutely. Yeah. Shout out to Antoine, man, for his $2 super chat to help you be a better man is to read books. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Yeah. Words are something, man. There's a spirituality with words, bro.
You on mute, black man.
To be able to read a book and be able to let that and digest it and be able to, you know what I'm saying? And man, it's a dope thing. That's what made me really
being able to digest it is a dope thing.
Oh man, yeah, yeah, it is.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
I knew it. I was laughing. Look, I was off the camera. I didn't even realize I was off the camera. But when Black Man, you got to cut that part out when you was like, Jezebel was a whore. You probably don't know what you did. Go back to that, cut it out, and you gonna see what I mean. I was cracking up laughing, bro, because that shit was funny as hell.
So let me ask y'all this. Ferg, you married. JT, you've been married before. Our Pain, Lost Translation. He's dating, but I know who he dating. He ain't gonna tell me though. I know who it is. Ain't fucking fool me, nigga.
You ain't gonna know it because I'm all the way down the aisle.
I'm busting that bitch with a dashiki on.
I'm gonna be halfway to the honeymoon before y'all find out.
I'm gonna busting that bitch with a dashiki on. That's how they put to my side. I'm gonna have Black David. I'm gonna have that Black David pulling the horse wagon. Hold on, well, number one, the wheels need oil. Number two. So y'all, does this, you know, how many married men feel like this? Let me play this for y'all. Then we're gonna get out of here. How many married men feel like this? Listen closely, R-Pain, because you've been married for 4 decades. So listen.
Yeah, long time.
Yeah, Moses was
you
his
in
best
love with
man.
your wife? No, me either. That's your question. Are you in love with your wife? No, me either. What? I don't believe in that shit anyway. It's okay. It's overrated. No, listen. Then why? Listen. Okay. See? Y'all need to explain that shit to me now. I had a feeling. No, I'm not in love with my wife. Why? I don't even know her. All my relationship with my wife is a relationship with myself. I'm just discovering parts of me, bro. Yeah. Mm. We're lying to ourselves so fucking much to hold up this story or this ideal, the fantasy without, as opposed to just really fucking dealing with what's there and accepting it to the best of your ability.
I understand this. Now, how do you get women to understand that? You get them to bow out of the fantasy.
You get them to, by you bowing out. And my wife thinks she's in love with me, probably. It's a buzzword. Yeah. It's a concept that's been propagated that we've adopted and creates an unrealistic expectation that we look for, and when it's not present, we feel something is wrong.
Yeah,
Thoughts?
Do you want me to say? You want to go first?
R-Pain, are you in love with your wife?
Yeah, but you know what? I like some of the shit that they're saying. I'll give you a case in point.
Motherfucker, you're a liar.
Well, hold on for a second. I was on Hemp's show, right?
Yeah.
My wife came up. She just happened to be bringing the food up to my office. And I was stupidly let her get on camera with those crazy motherfuckers over on his show. And they all jumped on and said, because we were talking about winning arguments.
I was
I
on
said,
that
yeah,
show.
I think I win arguments enough. So she got on a camera and she said, they all said, I said, oh man, I'm gonna regret this shit. I said, hey, who wins your arguments, you or him? She said, well, you know, I win. And they till today, that was like almost 6 months ago. Till today,
summertime.
They remind me of that. Oh, you. I said, listen, you guys. I think you guys misread. I said, me and my wife, we've been married for a long time. We're both living in delusion. I said, we're both living in. We both thought we actually win our little arguments, and that's why we're still married.
Yeah.
Because when you win a dispute with your spouse, the win-win is that both of y'all leave without everything y'all get. It's a compromise. And when I said that, Hemp said, that's the best answer I ever heard. I said, that's right, because that's just true. We both live without delusion. My wife is in love with me. She loves me, and I'm in love with her, and I love her. But you know what the real truth is? We just like being together.
Mm-hmm.
You forget about all that flowery shit. We like being together. I'm serious. I mean, it's funny when you use the word like instead of love.
Mm-hmm.
We enjoy hanging out together, man. It's just crazy. Mm-hmm. And I think if that's missing, then all that love is that love shit is discounted. If you don't like being around your spouse, we just like hanging out, man. We like doing shit, and it hasn't changed. That shit's strong as hell, man. It's strong as hell. All the emotional feelings and all that kind of stuff ebbs, flows, and all that. But we just like being together, man. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
All right. Now that you got your lie out the way, Coach Berg.
That's funny.
You're not right, man. You can't escape. You've been married, so we're gonna hear what you say, guys.
Coach Ferg is an attorney. The internet is forever, sir.
Coach Berg, are you in love with your wife?
You know, listen, I can almost be 100% with what RP said, for real. You know, my wife works from home and I sleep all day. She comes peeping in the room and got the dog sniffing at the door, and can I come in there and be like, no, I'm asleep. Then she'll stand there and say a little joke on me, and I'll laugh out my way out of sleep, and then I get up and she'll come in there and she'll sort of want to laugh and just sit around for about 10, 15 minutes. Then she'll be like, okay, I'm going back to work. I'm like, but you got me all up now. I know what I got to do.
Them dogs can smell their jerkins now.
But, you know, I think as of now, I know my best friend is my wife. You know, I know that she supported me through a lot, and she does everything to ensure that we have everything. My wife barely leaves the house. She leaves I'll be honest, my wife leaves the house about 5 days a month. Leave the house. The rest of the time she's in the house. I'm at the one running around, hanging out, Walmart. I love to be outside. I'm shopping for myself. I'm buying all kinds of shit. And she just loves when I come home, and she always just talk. Now, do we have disagreements? Yeah, but our disagreements be the fact that we think we trying to have a discussion, right? And I'm left-handed, she right-handed, and sometimes our paths are different, but in the end, we come back to the same point, like, oh, is that what you were saying? Yeah, that's what I was saying. And we laugh at that. So, you know, and she allows me to hold her accountable, you know, because I take a lot of these discussions to her, and she'd be like, look, I can't believe that women do that. Yeah, babe, women are doing that. See, you thought it was the man, and yeah, the man, but see, it ain't the man. Men are always wanting to get it together, and she comes around. But yeah, man, it's just every marriage is unique, man. And when you find your wife, man, shit, don't get back out on them streets, man. For real, stay with her. It's my last thing. If my wife divorces me, she's moving to the basement. Anybody come over here to see her, bring Budweiser, Bud Light, and look out for my dog, because my dog bites. My dog bites. So
that's a beautiful dog you got too, dog.
Yeah, so just tread lightly when you come through this door. And you got to go around back. You can't come through the ring. You got to go around back.
That's cock blocking at its highest.
At its finest.
Yeah.
It's your turn, BMU. You ain't escaping this shit. You married, goddamn.
Asking all these damn
What's
questions.
the question?
Oh, you the one asking the question.
The hell's wrong with you?
Do you like your wife? Are you in love with your wife? Man, you get about as bad as I guess sometimes, man. So hold your feet to the fire.
What's wrong with you?
Okay, what's the question? All right, what's the question?
Do you love your wife?
This nigga gonna ask the question that he shot at.
Yeah, drop him off.
Yes, I do. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie like everybody else. Yes, and one of the things that I agree with what our pain said is that the ebbs and flows. Some days you be want to say, "Get the fuck out," but the other days you be like, "Hey, baby, I love you. Come here. Come here. Come sit on my face. Anything, Our pain, he don't eat ass, so I'm gonna leave him out of that. But I can tell Coach Ferg eat ass.
No doubt.
I don't need no ass. I ain't in that generation of ass eaters, man. No, sir.
I hear you, Coach Frank.
But yes, I do, and I agree everything our pain said though. Like we joke around, but I'm being serious. I do agree with that. I think the ebbs and flows, you have those, but at the end of the day, you just gotta like the person that you with, and the time that you spend together, man. When you out, let me tell you how it works. When I'm out by myself, and when it was 2 weeks ago, I went to the live orchestra because I love music, man, all types of music. And JT, you might enjoy this too, but I went to the live playing of the Black Panther Orchestra, and for Marvel's Black Panther, the first one, and the guy that played the drums and the stuff like that, it was just like an African orchestra. Oh my God. The tickets were the price of a fucking mortgage. But I went to the damn thing, and man, they played the movie, but the movie didn't have any music. They played all the music from the movie live.
I went to one of those before. In
my God, boy. I was like, this shit is awesome. So while I was there, I caught myself several times.
It was live scores, right?
Yeah, they played all while the movie was playing, they played everything. Like the sound effects, everything, all this shit.
Yeah.
And so I caught myself because that's the night where I think my wife went something when she was with my daughter doing something or helping her find a dress or something for their little dance or whatever. And so she didn't go. So I caught myself a whole bunch of times looking to my right, like, damn. Baby, oh shit, she ain't here. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to, when you experience something, you want to definitely experience those things with the person that you like the most. And the fact that she wasn't there is like, damn, man, you feel like a little empty. You're enjoying yourself, and you're like, shit, I wish she was here. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I do. That's Now, JT, are you in love with your wife?
I ain't there yet. It's always like everything else is a process.
That's a good answer. I like you. You told the truth. You don't like our pain and
Now, love, yeah, there's something that's totally different than if I just, if I dated somebody that I had to just meet and stuff like that. But it's always been. It's kind of like we like family. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, there's this journey here is the tear down, build up, bring things back up, make sure that it's tough, it's not an easy thing. I'm long gone from the fairy tales.
I understand that. Shout out to Bubs, the guy. My wife told me to apologize to you, so I'm going to say to you tonight, Bubs, I'm never going to apologize to you. My wife said that I shouldn't have told him. One of the jokes I said was it was too early. And I was like, baby, which one was it? She said, when you told him that he took Angie Stone wig off her head when they took her to the morgue. And I said, I'm sorry, baby. Did I say that? So I had to go back and watch it.
Yeah, you slipped that one on in there.
Yeah, I slipped that one.
You had a couple of them where you
was weird, man. had to save you from yourself.
Everybody was trying to save it from himself, man. Shit, man.
Man.
Look at that.
Do y'all know how hard it is to get this man together, man?
I'm sorry, man. I apologize.
Goddamn, black man. I don't even want to, even if I can remember what you said, I don't even want to repeat the shit. And I was, look, and I was on 10. And I said, well, goddamn, black man. Wait, you know, I had to stop with my anxiousness. I had to stop and be like, wait a minute, black man, hold up. You going too far.
Wait a minute.
Bob was holding his own though. When he called you BMI, I was like, oh damn. Oh damn. He stood the jab on your ass.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it was fun going back and forth because I guess he didn't know that I could joke like that.
Yeah.
I guess he thought I don't have no comeback. You know, and I hit him with the Andrew Stone. But I hit him with the corn. Somebody said something about some corn or something else too. I don't remember.
Oh man. Let's start. Some things deserve to stay in the past.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Arpain? I'm gonna invite him over for the next Tuesday show so we can have him on the panel with you guys.
No, man, you don't want to do that, man. You don't want.
Yeah, so we can have the couple come over. And then we can have him on. Well, we're gonna fuck this panel over. You hear me?
Let me tell you this. The only way you should bring him back is if he comes with his boyfriend.
Oh, fuck that. There you go to bullshit.
That would be a show. That would be a show.
I call that nigga Sideshow Bob. So then when I gotta ask Sideshow. Now I gotta ask him, are you in love with your husband? Fuck that shit.
No, old boy said he was already a top. So
yeah, he said I'm a top nigga. I'm not a bottom. I said, wow. And I was like, who asked him this gay shit? Because I think it was Arpain that asked him that shit.
Did I?
No, he volunteered.
Yeah, you asked him. Was he
volunteered that?
Was he a bottom?
He volunteered that.
Yeah.
We was trying to get away from it. That's why I was so damn frustrated. Like, man, I don't want to know about this shit.
And then hold on. And then Coach Bird, hold on. Somebody put something in the chat. I think it was Coach Bird miss ass. He ain't shit. Somebody said, JT, I think when you raise your voice, I think he likes that. So if you
that wasn't me. That was not me.
No, I think that was CJ or it was somebody else.
It probably was CJ.
They say, JT, every time you raise your voice, he starts fidgeting a little bit. He like
it was somebody else that did that. Yeah.
But shout out to Bubs to God, man. Shout out to Bubs to God, old wrinkle pants face ass nigga. But I appreciate. Sorry.
I ain't gonna lie.
Get it together, man. Get it together. We almost done.
I rewatched the show, man, and the shit was funny. I ain't gonna even lie. I said, this shit is funny as hell.
Hey, when that nigga said, I tried to keep serious. When that nigga said, BMI, nigga, I damn near fell out the chair.
Man.
That shit was funny as fuck. So, well, yeah.
He slipped the jab on him, that one, man.
That was a good one, man.
That nigga said, I didn't call him BMI. I called nigga BMI. I said, fucking pissy poo ass nigga. But
wait, Lawson over there cracking up laughing. I couldn't see it at first. I looked down. Lawson over there cracking up laughing.
I was about to die. Because I love a good joke. When he said that, I was like, "Oh Jesus, I'm about to die on camera."
Nigga, I was rolling. Well, you know how you want to stay serious, but your inside be burning. Well, I was on purpose over here. But you got to go back and watch because we threw in some jabs. You know, like I said, his hair like a struck match. So nobody heard that. You got to go and listen.
I watched it over and I was like, this shit is funny as hell.
Because when we was throwing the jokes, everybody, look, I'm over here talking about nigga, your hair like a struck match, and you talking bitch nigga. I said, oh shit, you can't even hear the jokes, guys. Oh, JT said, I've been listening the whole time. JT, look, what JT do. JT getting that motherfucking microphone, it's over with. When JT lift up, he'll do this. And he say, hey man, we can listen to you the whole time, man. I'm just telling you right now, you a bitch nigga.
He would have climbed through the screen.
Man, nigga had boy JT had
Black
me
man
ready
filtered in 3D.
I was laughing my fucking ass off, boy.
Oh, that's wild. It was wild.
But yeah, man. But shout out to Bubs the guy, man. I had fun scoring on his pickle face ass. I appreciate him coming over here and having the discussion, man. He didn't run this time.
Wanted to get the hell off of it. Mr. Bennett.
Who?
Mr. Bennett.
Oh yeah,
Mr. Bennett knew what was about to go down.
Mr. Bennett, because soon as he tried to do them first jokes that didn't hit, Mr. Bennett said, "Well, you can't come over here and try to have a conversation with insults." And Mr. Bennett said, "I'm gonna get it out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and get out."
I don't know these guys, Mr. Bennett. I don't know these guys.
Look. Let me tell you how he tried to.
Mr. Bennett.
Hey, shout out to Bubs the God, because he's very unique in how he try to get his aliases.
Mm-hmm.
This nigga said, "When I come over here, I'm not talking to Mr. Bennett. I'm not talking to Boss Man. I'm not talking to." I want to talk to the head honcho in charge. And look, here go Coach Berg. Coach Berg had me fucking dying. Coach Berg said, he said, "I want to talk to you. Everybody else need to leave." Coach Berg said, "This nigga." Hey, go back and watch it. That shit funny. Nigga, I was crying, boy. Coach Berg said, "Nigga, what?"
Man, people miss these shows. They be missing some shows. You hear me? We put some stuff down.
Oh my God, boy. Yeah. We was cooking, boy. We was cooking with good grease, boy.
That shit was funny, man.
We was cooking with good grease. And like he tried to get me, he said, "Well, you know, the Bible says about gluttony, eating too much is a sin." I said, "No." I said, "I'm admitting that." I said, "You're absolutely right." I said, "Now you're going to admit that sucking dick."
Crickets. Crickets.
You got to have a comeback game. Pause.
It's not
because
one
if you don't,
show that had that type of. I said, "Now this shit is crazy." I'm saying, this motherfucker show came up because I wasn't expecting that one right there.
No,
man, the only thing that would have been better if he would have went through the anatomy of doing it.
Man,
we were like, "Oh my God!"
He would have poured out a dildo and started slapping his pep in the face.
Y'all hell, man. Come over here with that.
You
hey,
get
man.
nothing.
Oh my God.
You lose. Good day, sir.
Right.
But anyway, man, shout out to Buzz, man. Good conversation Friday, man. We just fucking with you right now. Both pause. We just joking. I love y'all, man. I swear to God, I do. JT, you stupid as fuck. You ain't shit though. Our pain ain't shit either. Lost in translation, you know you ain't shit. And Coach Berg ain't shit either.
So smooth with it. Love so smooth with it. That's what I'm saying. Lost ass was sitting there and I'm looking at him. The shit going haywire. And Lost over there like.
We're not gonna forget this nigga, Coach Berg. Goddamn it!
Yeah,
Coach Berg said. And then when you go to their houses smell like pig feet and crumbs. Let me tell you something. I clipped that shit. Let me tell you something.
The cheerleader feet.
Hey,
cheerleader feet.
When that nigga said pig feet and crumbs, go back. I put it on TikTok. Go back and watch it. I'll put it on Instagram tomorrow. Go back and watch when he said pig feet and crumbs. And I repeated it because I was laughing so fucking hard. I said pig feet and crumbs. Here go, you know that high pitch ass voice Uncle Jeff got. Uncle Jeff said pig feet and crumbs. They never heard that before. That shit was funny. I got this man. I was laughing my fucking ass off, boy.
I seen it on Facebook. I was like, what the fuck was I reading? Because I didn't crack a smile or nothing, man.
No, yeah, you wasn't reading something. That nigga Jeff said, well, that shit was funny as
when I saw that, I said, that shit was funny as hell. I was reading something because I didn't crack a smile. I watched that shit. I said, oh my God. That shit was funny.
That motherfucking Jeff, man, he got that high pitched boy nigga.
Yeah.
I was at work when I was clipping it. I looked at it, I was like, What did he say? That nigga high pitch at. I ain't never heard that before.
He's a damn comedian. He ain't never heard nothing like that before.
That nigga had. What that nigga had? Oh, that nigga had me
Notice
weak.
with Jeff, when something is really funny to him, he it's really, really funny if he laugh.
Man.
But if he say, that's hilarious, it's already funny. That's some shit. He be like, I'm going to take that. I'm letting you know right now, I'm taking it.
Man, that nigga said, I ain't never heard that before. Man, that shit was funny. Bro, I swear to God, I watched that shit by 5 times, nigga. That shit was funny as fuck, bro. Cause you know when you don't hear it the first time, and you go back and you say, did that nigga say that? But when that nigga said pig feet and crumbs, nigga, I was done. And he was serious too. He said, when you go over to their house, I've been there, guys. The house smelled like pig feet and crumbs. I said, God damn, nigga, what? I'm finna play this shit.
Oh my God.
Hold on. I'm finna play it right now. Oh my God. And then we're gonna get out of here. Ooh, this nigga had me crying, boy. That damn Coach Berg is crazy as hell. All right, let me play it. I'm gonna play it right now. Let's see. Oh, ain't never heard that before. I gotta send it to him too. That fucking Jeff, man.
Jeff funny as hell.
Okay,
man.
here you go.
No, do you gather 4 or 5 of your friends when y'all go out to eat? You know, when y'all go out to eat and stuff, and y'all be licking your nails and clicking. Do y'all talk about real shit? Like, ladies, listen, we got sons. Let's teach our sons to be better despite. We ain't not gonna let y'all go sons see y'all little daddy and see they daddy. We not gonna let slow nug go see his daddy. He's 12. He need to become a man now, girl. You done did it all good. But you know what? They won't do it. They won't do it out of spite.
All of us
they don't never
out.
want to admit that they can't do something. They will send everybody, and it's unfortunate, everybody will crumble before a sister say, I was wrong. And the child goes hurt for years. This is where it begins. In the home, when they come out of these homes, these 21, 20-year-old boys, when you talk to them, they'll tell you, I don't have a relationship with my father. And they start realizing that the mama been lying the whole time. When that boy needs his father, even if his father's in jail, let him go see him, because the father go tell him, don't bring your ass in here. And that's what he gonna do. He gonna listen. And if the father go to work at 9 to 5, because see, this is what brothers do when they're young. They work a 9 to 5. Just like a sister got to work a 9 to 5. So you can't tell a brother that he got to go take care of you. And when we go over these women's houses, most of them smell like pig feet and crumbs. Most of them are dusty because they have kids, they have children. And even those children be sort of irate in there. A lot of
listen real close. Listen real close.
And I'm saying it because they're the primary caregiver, but that balance can come from the man. If a woman chooses the wrong man, that she got to understand. If you don't have brothers, that woman chooses the wrong caregiver. But that balance can come from the man.
Did y'all hear Jeff?
Yeah.
That nigga said pig feet and crumbs.
You never over the shit, man. We can't hear him.
Primary caregiver, but that balance can come from the man. If a woman chooses the wrong man, that she can. And I'm saying it because even those children be sort of irate in there. A lot of refrigerators be empty. And I'm saying it because they're the primary caregiver, but that balance can come from the man. If a woman chooses the wrong man, that she got to understand. If you don't have,
I ain't never heard that before.
Boy, that nigga sound like he was on fucking he sound like he was on fucking Shrek. What's the damn thing on Shrek? I ain't never heard that before. The gingerbread
Pinocchio. Pinocchio.
Yeah.
I'm a boy.
You stupid.
I'm a real boy.
That's fucking.
Oh, y'all got me crying, boy. Oh my God. Well, Coach Berg said, that nigga said, I'm done. Oh my God. Antoine, thank you, man. Hey, listen, everybody that's still watching right now, man. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Overall, we may disagree with content creators, other content creators and stuff like that. We may have a difference of opinion from other people, but I think as Black people, if we all can agree to disagree and continue to move forward making great content, man, we all can rise above what they think of us as far as content creators. We can help each other.
Yeah,
right?
Facts.
And I don't agree with half the shit Sharon Tony Braxton face ass me saying. However, me and him can still have a conversation at the end of the day. And so look at Lost. And then the Soggy Bottom Boys, if they want to have a conversation, we have a conversation with the Soggy Bottom Boys. With couples who know the Bible back and forward, but when you read scripture to them,
I like
it because look, tonight he asked me personally. Lost in translation. When I said Jezebel was a whore,
that shit funny as hell.
He said, "Where did I say that in the Bible?" Revelation 2:20. It's in there.
I hate how y'all, man. Listen, y'all don't
They
be paying
eating off the
attention.
tree of lies over there. You know what I'm saying?
Let me thinking people don't be paying attention to his ass. Go back and watch him. He said, "Where they had that? Where they say that at?" Lit just start shaking his head like.
You can't fool me, man.
Lit just start shaking his head like.
I be taking folks to school, but I be trying to be gentle. But these folk won't let you, man.
Oh my God.
They won't let you.
They be like, "Where this motherfucker come from?" Lit come up, be like, "I cut mics."
Whenever you meet a man.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness, boy.
But,
all right, man. Well, I love y'all, boy.
Facts, bro. You was speaking some real shit on there too, man. I'm glad you cut that out, black man.
Yeah.
Because he was.
Yeah, he was. Hey, I got a video I'm working on right now, a clip. I got a video of Ekene. I'm coming. And I was like, pause. But he's actually in his chair doing this. I'm coming. What?
1 minute, I'm coming.
I'm coming. He said, it was not Uncle Jeb who said about your wife. It was me. I said it about your wife. that fucking Ekene ain't scared of nothing. That nigga said,
no, he's not.
Nah, he ain't scared.
You said about everything you said is not correct. You know what I'm talking about? I said, boy, fucking Ekene.
Let me tell you, if we ever got into a fight, I'm gonna be like, go get Ekene.
Go get Ekene.
Go get him.
Ekene and Black David. They'd tear the whole fucking city up. Hitting everybody with harpoons and blowguns.
Hey, Braxton said at BMU, that's an African phrase, I'm coming. He's a true African. Wow.
Well, they need to cut that shit out. How you say pause?
Don't care nothing about all that.
Hey, you know what? Name an African language. Like what is it called? Give me one of them.
Well, you have what is it? The most common one would be, I guess, for Northern Africans or Western Africans would be what they call it.
The Evo or some shit like that.
That's one, but
it's one that tries in Nigeria.
It's mixed with French, Russian. What do they call it?
Zulu.
Swahili. That's one. And then you got to remember that whole country, man. Most of that country speaks French and English, so it's crazy the places that do speak the different ones.
I mean, you're talking about the continent is
the continent. Yeah, and I'm saying most countries over there, French is a very popular language over there. French, even I think Mandarin is too. Man, depending on what country it is, them motherfuckers speak
Portuguese,
all kinds of languages.
Can't forget that.
Yeah, Portuguese. Shit.
Spanish.
Yes.
Or Arabic. I mean, whatever that is. I mean, listen, Africa has been so exploited, and they're getting ready to get taken over by China. So
yeah,
they're gonna be speaking Mandarin next. Ni hao, you know.
Right. I think they already speaking it somewhere.
They teaching them.
Yeah.
They sold out. I mean, look, a couple of areas sold out all the important entry points and everything to the Chinese. The Chinese were getting ready to do that to the Panama Canal until Trump came in.
Yeah. But speaking
Well,
of,
hey,
have
we'll,
you
hey,
talked
we'll,
to
hey, y'all.
SBU? Have you talked to her?
Yeah, she's in South Africa, man. Like our time zones are so fucked up.
Yeah, I see her go. I see her sometimes
Because
when
right
she go
now,
live.
right now it's probably noon there, and this
Mm-hmm.
shit, and this fucking
Oh,
midnight here.
There's a lot of shit going on in South Africa now with their new regime and what they're trying to do to take back the land, and then Trump and his shit. It's just a lot of stuff going on now, South Africa.
You know what, R-Pain, I'm glad you and Coach Ferger here. We need to do a show, man, about geopolitics, because I think that's one thing that Black people don't get involved in, that we should really understand why we get into some of the conflicts we get into, and not just be blind to what's going on. I'll give you an example. Trey Ferg will tell you all the time that the crack epidemic is really messed us up, right?
Yep.
Well, did you know that is actually a playbook that they used on the Chinese people with the opium? Remember that?
Yeah,
and they had the opium wars, and they did the same thing to them. They brought all them drugs in there and had them people sick, and they just said, you know what? No more drugs for this country. Drugs are illegal in China because of how it affected their people. So they saw that it was so effective with the Chinese people, they put that junk on us, man, in the 80s. And it was so effective, and it devastated our community. So like I said, there's nothing new under the sun. But like I said earlier, geopolitics is something that we really, really need to discuss as Black people and understand exactly what's going on in the world, and understand that the world just don't revolve around us. We are part of the whole greater community as well. And we need to know exactly where we fit in and what we can get out of this situation for ourselves too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of examples. You're right, though. I mean, I wish I was more attuned to it, but you're absolutely right. It's all connected. You know, a lot of people the American Black, we're different than every other Black race of Black people on the face of this earth, because we've been westernized, right? It means something. I mean, I don't know all the intricacies, but it's a whole lot different. Like, we don't give ourselves credit. A Black American really is kind of exalted, truthfully, over pretty much all the other Blacks in this world. We don't. I mean, because we made it all ratchet. I mean, the freedoms we have, a lot of Blacks everywhere else don't have the freedoms that we have. And the choice.
You ever notice our pain? We don't go around colonizing other people's stuff.
Right.
We just don't do that. We mind our own business. And that's it. We leave folks alone.
It is a big difference. Yeah, it's a
We
huge
got a lot of
difference.
differences. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not putting any aspersions on anybody else. It's just a. We know it because when the Africans come over here, there's a distinction whether we want to make it or not. Right? We get along because about skin color, but it doesn't run as deep as it should. Right? Because Haitians, when they come over, they'll create a community. The signs will go up in French. You know, and then just and then there's a whole backstory of why Haitians are speaking French. If we know the backstory of that, or why they're Catholics, and how they've been exploited, and the way that country has been failed, and what the Europeans done to fail that country and America, Citibank included. There's so much shit, man. We've been the brunt of all kinds of bullshit. You know, and here we stand, but I don't know how much. There's a lot of shit to it. I don't know all the stories, but it's really bad, man. And I think our basic nature makes us susceptible to being exploited.
Yeah,
that's the main reason why we have so many topics to cover. But my thing is it's up to us as leaders of the community to make sure that we expose our people to stuff that's not given to them for real on mainstream media. It's because they only going to give them what they want them to see. It's up to us to go find that information and give it to them and say, hey, look, we over here arguing about this, but have you heard about the new Black company that started their own car company? They don't put that on the news. They may put it on there for like 2-3 minutes, but we really need to discuss how they started designing their own vehicles, how they come up with the logistics, the finance and the design, the technology, all of that stuff. You know what I mean? So kids can be proud of themselves and say, hey, look, I want to go work for the Black car company. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. If we don't talk about that, that's where I think we go short at when we talk to people that don't have the knowledge of it. And that's why you hear a lot of people, they always start out and end out with, it was slavery. You know, it's like, damn, it was more than that.
Man, we
it was
beyond
more
that.
to us than, yeah. So, yeah, I think that would be something pretty dope.
Yeah, that's a great point, JT. One of the things, and it's funny because I'm the old guy, right? But I talk more about the future than the young people do.
Yeah.
They're all, and the future is theirs, it's not mine. They talk about, well, because your parents were this and slavery was that and Jim Crow. I said, well, shit, I was born in the Jim Crow era.
Yeah.
What the hell do you know about it? And so I said, well, your future is, you still have an opportunity to make your own future. Right? So you can't live your life looking through the rear view mirror. Now, that doesn't mean you should be ignorant of what happened in the past. Hey, I had this idea, and it's not for me to do. I don't see why we don't have a Black entrepreneur who does as much research as they can, gather up all the Black information, Black history information, and put it in like put it into like not a classroom, but a seminar, and kind of, I want to use the word sell it, but other than sell it, but make it available to Black families across the whole country, right? Make a business
Make
out
our
of it.
own textbooks.
And just teach history. We don't need the white people to tell us our history. We got the written information. Why don't we teach ourselves our history?
Yes.
Some entrepreneur could make a lot of money doing that, and they shouldn't be vilified for it. But then more Black families could say, listen, whether I get grades for this shit in school or not, I'm teaching my children about our history. And here's one great package that they can go to and do. Now, me, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do the work that it's going to take to put that shit together. I can tell you that right now. But I don't know why we don't have an entrepreneur doing that.
We got all these historians, these Black historians, man, and they would go on somebody else's documentary and stuff like that. But
Hell with Trump, hell with all those guys. Teach ourselves our own history. The Jews do it.
Yeah.
And they don't let nobody else tell them their history either.
That's right. I mean, I don't see why we can't do that ourselves.
You see how they backed everybody off their ass? You could even say Jay. Shit.
Yeah, we see how that's playing out. And you know what? That's true. That has nothing to do with it. Each political party is still beholden to it, small hat. So there's no daylight there. So you can't make one distinction from one to the other.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, when you keep your people ignorant, man, you can keep them separated, and keep the power off of them. So that's why I tell people it's always advantageous for you to learn for yourself, so nobody can feed you nothing stupid.
Yeah. The information's out there. We could just go gather it, teach it ourselves. I told my kids about our history and stuff like that, and so I'm not really overly concerned about somebody taking critical race theory out of high school.
It's all lies anyway, man. If you really knew our real history, it'll blow your damn mind.
Yeah, it didn't just start 300 years ago, 400 years ago.
It'll blow your damn mind. Right. I don't want to get into it here on YouTube or whatever, but one day we're going to talk about it. And I got some stuff I want to show y'all. And you're going to be like, I'll be damned.
Remember the Nebuchadnezzar, the library of Nebuchadnezzar, or those kind of things, the vast library in Africa. Timbuktu, right? Nobody talks about all that information that was gathered and that was destroyed. That's just a lot of stuff, man. We don't talk about it. And it's just, I mean, we don't have to dwell on it. We just need to know it existed.
It existed, yeah.
And so we can stop using it as a crutch for not to go forward, because the future is what we make it.
Absolutely.
And we have a part to play. We're actors in the future. And a lot of people, if we keep looking in the rearview mirror, we're not really participating in how we can shape the future. And I think that's what we need to do more.
And you know what, our pain, if we really pay attention, our ancestors left us clues. It's just up for us to look. They were intelligent. They were smart because they knew people would try to hide it and cover it up.
There you go.
Yeah.
Anyway,
wrap this thing up, man.
We started getting into a conversation that was like beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to cut out.
Hey, everybody, this for Boss Man. I got a nice little thumbnail for Boss Man I did for his show. He sent me his information. Y'all check it out real quick. Go look at it real quick. I want to see y'all facial expression for his show tomorrow.
Oh, Lord. Let me see what we got, y'all.
You gonna show it?
No, Boss
He
Man.
want us to go see it.
At 8:45.
You already posted it?
Yep.
Let me hit the refresh
Where
button.
you say? Where you say it was at? No, where'd you say it was at?
On my page, on the on the channel page.
Live.
Yeah.
All we got is
Hold on, let me
No,
see.
we don't see it. We don't see it yet.
all we got is Wednesday show, 1-on-1.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't posted it yet.
Hold on. I thought I just put that motherfucker in there. Hold on.
You gotta hit save, man.
I did hit save. God damn. Hold on.
Did it show up yet?
All of us can't be wrong now.
Right.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna, hold on, let me see. 8:45. Okay, yeah, I put that motherfucker there. 8:45 schedule.
You know,
it
it takes a second, man, for it to kick in.
For the 19th? Is it the 19th?
No, it's for tomorrow. What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's
19th?
the
Today?
19th.
Well, today is the 18th.
Today
right?
is the 19th.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. That's why you did it wrong.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you said it yesterday, man.
Oh, shit. I'm so goddamn stupid.
It still should show up. Though. Oh, it didn't show up.
You just gotta go back and change the date. That's all.
19th. All right.
Publish.
All right, here we go.
Refresh.
I just saved it. All right, it's ready.
Wait for it.
Oh, I know what it is. Dumbass nigga. I sent it to the wrong goddamn thing. Hold on.
You sent it to his? Is that yours too?
Yeah. Hold on. Dumb nigga.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? He said, so you a gay activist? I have a question for you. Why are you gay? Boy, but have y'all watched his channel? Because that nigga got a whole channel. He do shorts now. That boy saying, if there is more life in sperm, then why aren't vampires sucking dick?
Get the fuck out of here.
Bruh.
Well, I was in that bitch rolling,
Bruh.
boy. I said, this nigga crazy, man. He doing shorts now, and that shit funny as fuck. If there is more life in sperm than there is blood, why are vampires going around sucking dick?
That's gotta be a lie. That's gotta be,
man. All right, now y'all can see it.
Yeah, come on, refresh.
Refresh it, man. We don't know here, black man.
Let me use a new tab, man. Hold on. And live. Still ain't up.
I know you motherfucking lying. I just put that. Boy, I'm mad. Just hold on. I know I ain't stupid here. Right? I put that motherfucker in there. And it should be. Yeah. 19th. Uh-huh. Black Man Filter Network. Black Man.
You got the right year?
Facebook. This nigga retarded, man.
You sent it to China, did you?
Okay, now my dog. Black Man Unfiltered.
Black Man Unfiltered? What is this?
Oh, yeah, it's there. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, let me refresh. Let me probably do another tab then.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's see.
You know what?
Boss Man hate that nigga. And I
Oh yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna do a show and I want R-Pain to be my special guest. And we're gonna talk about DTS, deranged Trump syndrome.
Yeah, they hate
and
that.
that's why people have lost their because of Donald Trump.
Y'all should have heard Sharon. Sharon said he is a
Trump.
Clearly, Kamala is a better leader. She's better qualified. She would have been a better person as president. But you niggas, you Rim brother niggas, wanted to go vote for this bitch ass nigga.
You know what Sharon is? He's telling every man that never play with your woman with a strap on. He says, don't ever get. She's been strapped on for so much that he's thinking just like a woman, man.
Just like one.
Yeah, because
He's the
I
epitome
don't know if it was a
of
rumor. Somebody said he
self-hate.
played with a strap on before with his girl. Listen, man, if you get pounded from the back, you're gonna lose your faculties.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm telling you, even if it's a woman back there, you know, because there's no way. Listen, the only reason why Trump exists is because they put Kamala up as a opponent. He's a beneficiary of the bullshit shit off the left. So, Lid, if you want to have whatever kind of show, I'm down for it.
Yeah, man. We got to talk about it.
I mean, I'm not an expert. I'm just saying it from a layman's on what I see. When people ask me why I went for Trump, I said, well, it was more like I went against the bullshit that the radical left is for.
Right.
And I could rattle off 5 or 6 things in a row.
Right. I'm going to tell you, people actually having physical reactions.
They might want to put it in the PS5 or whatever that thing is, Trump derangement syndrome.
Man, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
But there's a glitch in that though, because it could be exploited to take away rights from people if they became a real medical condition. You know, and when they want to, when the regime that's in power now, I have to say it, they could exploit that by saying whatever this person says, they've been diagnosed with this syndrome, so what they say doesn't matter.
Right.
If it gets, in the book. So we got to be careful with that as well. So it's a lot of shit. You don't want to, like, for example, I'll give you a real world example. Wendy Williams. The bank took over her whole all her money and everything.
The bank's supposed to do that, man.
No, well, she want to know where they get the rights to do that?
I'm gonna tell you that has always been a thing. As somebody who worked at the bank, basically what it is, if you see somebody exploiting somebody who's elderly, the bank can actually step in on the behalf of the customer and shut the account down to stop people from taking advantage
herself though.
Well, at the same time, you don't know if they put her on medication to do that. Sometimes sometimes you'll think about it. I've heard about people taking old folks to the bank and behind their back they twisting the old people arm and selling.
Well, there's another discussion there, Lip, because I think that you have the right to go broke without somebody putting a receivership on your money.
No, man, that's a bank thing. The bank is required to do that, man.
Yeah, that's a bad fucking law. It's bad.
It's not a law. It's a bank policy. It's not a law.
Yeah, but that policy has to be. You can't make a policy even on a private enterprise that can't be legitimized by law.
Well, here's the thing: the number one job of a bank is to protect your money, even from yourself.
Yeah, and I think that needs to be challenged.
I mean, you can.
People have the right to be. People have the right to go broke.
I mean, you can. Yeah.
I mean, because the alternative is they put this woman in charge of Wendy Williams that she doesn't know, some white lady that could dictate her life. I mean, I think that's more. I think that's worse.
There's more steps
on the street.
Yeah, there's some more steps that you have to go through, like proving your power of attorney and stuff like that. And I don't think that people from Wendy Williams' side have done that, because they would have been released that information to her. But at the same time, they have to prove that she's not being abused too.
Yeah, I mean, I hear where you're coming from. I mean, it's a discussion. I think that any kind of power like that is more dangerous on a slippery slope than the other way around.
I understand.
That's how I feel about it. I mean, I don't have to be right. It's just my opinion.
That's a good discussion, though.
But I've seen people take advantage of elderly people.
Yeah.
And if we see something strange, you're supposed to say something. That's the part about jobs.
Especially if you were not even diagnosed yet with dementia and things like that. You wasn't properly diagnosed and you have it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
And sometimes they have systems in place that stop stuff like that. Like, say, for instance, if you don't draw out a whole lot of money at the same time, there's a system that watches that, and it watches the velocity of how much money is leaving your account at one time, and they'll put the brakes on that. They'll put the kibosh on that.
That's a slippery slope. I mean, I've got a call. If you made a purchase that's unusual, you'll get the call, and you kind of say, damn, I'm glad they at least checked to see if it was legitimate.
I had took some money
So
out.
so it's a slippery slope. But
yeah, I was in the
take it over your life.
And
look what happened to the white girl, the singer. Yeah. She's never been the same after they put her in receivership.
Talk about Britney Spears?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Britney did.
You said you think Britney did?
I think Britney did.
On the inside, yeah.
Well, no, seriously. When's the last time you seen her?
Maybe she buying her business, man.
Once they gave her money, she disappeared. Nobody know where she lived. No last known address. That address that she was staying at, the house is empty. I think that motherfucker did.
Well, I know the first thing I would do is take my money out of whatever bank agreed to this receivership. That's the first thing I would do. Hell yeah. And I'll find another source of being able to keep my money. Hey, I just tell you, I just don't. I think that kind of control over a person's life is just unconstitutional. I think something's wrong with that, real big time. I can't get with that.
When you sign your policy, when you first open up your account, it's a part of your paperwork.
Yeah, I'm with you. And most people don't even read that little small.
They don't. It's in there.
That's how they get you.
It used to be small. That shit is regular size now.
And sometimes, and you know what else are paying? Sometimes they'll update your monthly statement with that information on there.
That's true. I mean, it depends on the state. If everything is going smooth, you ain't reading the fine print. You probably rip that shit up. They give you that privacy statement thing every
right.
And all the rules and regulations. Oh, we're making a policy change. Don't worry about it. Blah, blah, blah.
It's still in that same welcome folder that you.
All they have to do is give you 30 days notice, and bam, you in there.
For sure.
Yeah, but hey, man, but you know, systems like that could be abused as well. That's my
course.
Yeah.
And you have no recourse. Right. Anyway, but hey, BMU's he's been trying to end this live for like the last hour and a half.
Right.
You know, to make thumbnails.
Yeah. You already know. He get quiet.
Exactly. He cut out some pictures and paste and stuff, you know, like a little kid in kindergarten.
He getting sleepy.
He probably would have making a thumbnail and typical Fox about some these old
I know one goddamn thing. It don't smell like goddamn pig feet and crumbs.
On this episode of These Old Cheeks, Pig Feet and Crumbs. How you can enjoy pig feet and crumbs.
Chili the feet.
Hey, when that nigga said chili the feet, I was out of there.
That shit was crazy. Got chili the feet.
Oh wow, man. Yo, wow.
All right, man. Well, I love y'all to death, man. Y'all be good. Y'all have a good night. Have a good day. Make sure Lost in Translation ain't gonna tell us who he dating. I'm gonna tell y'all who it is later.
All right, shit. Hey, get on the job, BMU. Shit.
Don't be hating on us light skins. Don't be telling our light skin secrets, man.
I have to pop up tomorrow, man, to give a
if I had your address, Lost, I probably would have. I was over there in Biloxi. I wasn't too far away from you. Yeah, I was over there. I could have just came on next door. Holla at my boy. Hey, who you with? Where she at? What's going on?
She over there in the background because she ain't been on Sharon's show in a minute.
Yeah. Damn. Wait. What you just say?
Oh, nothing.
Don't get yourself in trouble. JC getting ready to go down the road.
It ain't no pig diva, is it?
He said pig diva. You wrong for that.
Wait, and then BM, you gonna give me that look like, hey, nigga, you ain't heard it from me.
Y'all believe so below, man.
What up, why?
Man.
All right, man. Well, I'm gonna let y'all go, man. Y'all go ahead and get some sleep, man. Go, R-Pain, go eat some ass. Coach Bird, when you get off, as soon as you walk in the room, she's gonna say, I want to try something new. So lay down.
That's right.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I'll go with something new.
She gonna put that ass right.
Lift your legs up.
She gonna say, close your eyes. That ass gonna come down like this.
No, listen. when things got locked down, my wife went and got a stripper pole, so we good.
All right.
We straight.
Don't hurt yourself now.
We straight.
Now you know. Make sure you got a good wife that you can close your eyes around. There's vulnerability now, because you don't want to close your eyes and you end up like this.
Oh no, hell no! You can't even get a grease BB in my shit, man. Come on,
Grease BB.
No, it's over. My shit tight. We tight cheeks over here, man. We tight. It's locked.
Oh my God. Oh shit. Boy. I pray that nigga never get constipated, boy.
This shit is airtight.
Hey JT, I hope you don't never get constipated.
I'll be frog.
Said watertight. Go to the bathroom, be telling me something.
See, I learned this. You got to be careful of them dudes who let them silent poops. See, them dudes that poop is different than a man that farts. I'm a man that farts. I don't poop. So pooters, they got too much air going.
Hey, you know, shout out to Bubs the guy. He passed by me like.
I'm gonna have to try to make a song about this.
Y'all ignorant, man.
JT, that boy be saying, JT, that boy say, I'm sorry. Oh man, shout out to Funky Bones, man. We just playing with you. All right, man. Oh, y'all be good, man. Hey, go R-Pain.
Right,
yeah.
When it come down like this, you just do this.
Oh no.
BMU, you make sure you take them AI glasses off before you go ahead and take them glasses off. Them AI glasses will catch everything. No, take them off.
I'll be like, hey, Meta, take a picture of that ass. Oh man.
Hey, you gotta angle that shit at least 30 degrees to the right.
What the fuck is that?
All right, man. Y'all be good, man. I love y'all, boy.
All right, y'all. Peace out.
Peace.
Peace.